Okay, so it is 10:01. I will call the meeting to order. I'm just gonna mention, because there's only 5 of us. So we have to make sure we always have 4 in the room or in view on camera. So that we have quorum, so we can still vote. So if anyone needs to leave or 2 people need to, we notice that one leaves, make sure no one else leaves, or we can just call a recess. Just to be alert of that. Okay, I will start with the land acknowledgement. Peace River School Division respectfully acknowledges that the land on which we gather is located within the Treaty 8 territory, a traditional meeting ground and home of the ancestral First People, the Cree and Dene, as well as the Métis. We are grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and for those who have gone before us. We recognize the land as an act of reconciliation and gratitude to those whose territory we reside on or are visiting. Okay, we'll go through the consent agenda. If there's anything that anyone would like pulled. Sorry. Okay, 2.1 minutes from the regular meeting of the board, February 19th. 2.2 substantive motions. 2.3 financial monthly report. Submission. 2.4 standing committees, there are none. 2.5 trustee school community reports. We have 2.5.1, which is E.E. Oliver School Council, September 17th. We have 2.5.2, Worsley School Council, November 10th.
Could I pull that one, please?
2.5.2.
Yep.
Okay. We have 2.5.3, which is November 26th, EEO School Council. We have 2.6, Superintendent's Report. 2.7, correspondence. 2.7.1 is a letter from, I can't remember, Buffalo Trails. Buffalo Trails, February 18th to the Minister. We have 2.7.2, which is a letter to the minister from Wolf Creek.
Can I pull that one also, please?
2.7.2. And then we have 2.7.3. That is a letter from the Alberta Teachers Association regarding Education Week.
Can we pull that one? Sorry.
And then we have 2.7.4, a letter to the minister from Grand Delta. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with 2.5.2, 2.7.2, and 2.7.3? So Marie makes that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
We are 5. Okay, and we'll move into the rest of the agenda. Strategic 4.1 is the capital plan approval. 4.2 is joint use planning agreement with the Village of Nipper. So
can I get that removed from the agenda because I didn't get the documents from the Village of Nampa?
4.2?
4.2, yeah.
Okay, so strike 4.2. Thank you. You don't need a motion. We'll just make a motion as amended.
As to adopt the agenda as amended. Yeah.
And then we'll go into 5.1 is a debrief on the Alberta Rural Education Symposium. 5.2 review of NAMPA enrollment. 5.3 update on Dixonville school site. 5.4 value scoping session in the town of Peace River. 5.5 review of the division's foundational statements. 5.6 planning engagement with administrators. 5.7 transportation industry advancement grant. 5.8 is our quarterly financial report. 5.9, standing committee agenda items. 5.9.1, support staff, bus driver liaison committee. And then 5.9.2 is TPAC. There are no delegations. There are no departmental presentations. 6.1, we have a few things in camera. We'll do that after lunch. 6.2, I had sent out an email requesting if we could if the policy committee could take this back. There's a few more things we want to work on, so if we could strike 6.2.1 policy 10, that would be great. And then we have standing committees in 6.3, ASBA, PSBAA, Rural Caucus. And then 6.4 board work plan and 6.4.1 trustee calendar. So could I have a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of 4.2 and 6.2.1? David makes that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect, BR5. Okay, we're going to roll right into 4.1 capital plan approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start this and then ask Rhonda and others to weigh in as you need to. So for you is the capital plan, the updated capital plan, which is not much different than the earlier version that you've seen, subsequent to, of course, the fall conversation at the board table in the wake of the news from Fairview area, whereby Northwestern Polytechnic their board had made a decision to close that campus. That resulted in the board giving some thought to reprioritizing the projects on the list. And so what's before you now is in alignment with that conversation. So moving to a value scoping session in the town of Peace River as a number one priority, shifting to then a modern Worsley Central School to also address some at least one infrastructure challenge there in the gymnasium, but also to retrofit the school to better provide for the educational services that are now being delivered versus perhaps 30 years ago, that kind of thing. And of course, the third priority being the school system in Fairview. And of course, since we've last met, the news has come out that the town group has been successful in its efforts to save the college, and Northern Lakes College is now the new partner. I did have a meeting with the president of the Northern Lakes College yesterday, Dr. Glenn Mitchell. We had a great conversation, and we're going to do some further conversations a little later. And I think related to spring, I should say, trying to talk about how we can continue to partner and to ensure that the college in Fairview has some significant involvement in supporting us in delivering programming grades 10 to 12 for sure. It may be some CTF courses as well. They're eager to actually expand upon what we've done before. But did say that it's going to be 3 or 4 years before they're fully ramped up. And I think they shared that in a public meeting earlier in the week to say, hey, we need time here, so don't be quick to judge our performance in year 1. Let's talk in year 3 and 4. And then and the reason I bring that up here, Madam Chair, is that I think that bodes well for the board's decision to, or the board's conversation around changing up the priorities, because if this plan that you will now discuss goes forward in the way that it's presented based on the feedback we received from you in earlier conversations, having the Fairview solution or the system on the table 2 years or 3 years from now is actually really strategic, because by then the college will be back to the level that it's going to be back to. So we'll know what that will mean and the impact on students and that kind of thing, and what the relationship is with the new entity. the new post-secondary institution and what collegiate school opportunities might look like and so on. And the president did share with me, they have 2 collegiate schools that they're operating already, one in Black Gold School Division, and I forget the name of the other one now. So they've got lots of experience in this as well. And anyway, I just make that point. And so then back to the priority 1, under the value scoping piece, the board in earlier discussion said it would be really important to do an engagement session of some sort with parents, other community partners and stakeholders and staff sometime this spring, so that when the value scoping piece is initiated, the external facilitator that we have to do that 2-day session, which is a small group of about 20,
Probably about that.
20. You know, you'll have the school staff represented, maybe some high school students, school councils represented, board members, some board members, division level staff, and Alberta infrastructure, maybe some other people,
Capital
capital planning and so on. So that amounts to about 20 people. So that, and it will be facilitated by outside architectural firm. We've used a couple over the years, but one in particular that's been
Working Garrett partnership, yeah.
Working Garrett partnership has been involved with us and others. So we would reach out to a facilitator who's able to come and do that work. And the engagement session that the board engages in will result in a report based on what the trustees heard, if you go down that road, and then that would go to that external firm, and that would be helpful in setting the context for further conversations. The engagement wouldn't lock the board nor the process in. It's simply, and when I say simply, I don't mean to minimize the value of it, but the purpose of an early engagement is to get a sense of the pulse of the community. What are educators saying? What are parents saying? And other community members saying about what their preferences are. So in Peace River, you know, are people saying we like the configuration already? Would we really like to have a scale of 6 or 7 to 12? What do we want? And so we do have a document as well. After I'll turn it over to Rhonda and ask her to weigh in further on the capital plan. Subsequent to which we will present a document to you here this morning around what an engagement session could look like. And I say could because it's a document that we're presenting to you for your consideration and debate and conversation, and what comes out of that will shape the document and how you want to proceed.
Yeah, really, the conversation around the board table was already, I directed this document. I think at this point, because it's interesting, we have a later topic that affects this document. Yeah. So when I would really appreciate a motion to accept this document as amended to give us the leeway to make a change if something different happens later on in the meeting. So, but there's no new information in this document. It's all things that have been talked about and in prior capital plans. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, do we want to go through the speakers list? Any questions on the actual capital plan, like not so much the value scoping and all that, because we'll get to that later, but speaker list 1, Maureen, do you have anything?
No, I think it's still in good alignment with what we gathered there, or whatever our priorities, or what we know are our priorities. Good with that.
Okay. Mr. Rushton.
No, I don't have any comments or questions on the documents. Like Marie said, it's pretty much what we had decided to do. Excuse me. I was hoping, I had mentioned to the board chair earlier, and I was actually going to send out an email on Tuesday or Wednesday, but I didn't. At some point today, I would like to discuss just a little bit for 5 minutes or so, update the board on what actually happened in Fairview as far as the town hall meeting with the college being saved, right? I don't know whether that should be in here or sometime today. I'd like to discuss that.
I think this is the perfect time so that we those who weren't there know when we're making this decision on the capital plan, where that's at.
Yeah.
Well, I'll defer to the trustee Shipowski, and if I think of anything that maybe she missed, I'll go.
It will all come out in the wash. What's unique about what happened here is, and the minister has said it's unprecedented, is the community retains ownership or stewardship of the campus. So, we are very grateful to Northern Lakes for coming in, but, there are discussions with other post-secondaries to also offer programming on that campus. They're meeting with Red Deer Polytech today. Our Treaty 8 First Nations people have a vested interest in providing programming there, and that's federal funding that they would bring to the table. We're reaching out to armed forces for potential partnership. So the community retains stewardship of the campus, and as many post and Northern Lakes is aware and very amenable to this programs that they can offer. So it's going to be really interesting what develops.
One of the things that I found that was extremely interesting,
And NWP has been ordered to put like the admin building and the library and the atrium back in order before the official.
they've been
So
given
that's
funding to
good.
do it, actually. So
What's that?
they've been given funding to do it, so they're gonna have it. But, Minister McDougall, who is the minister, it's McDougall, right? Advanced Education, opened the meeting and then took some questions. Himself and Tom Dole, we were together for this, and one of the questions that was pre-done was along the lines of how does this fit into the future, and what are some of the advantages for the province with keeping this institution open? And he said, for trades, for sure, the province is really short on tradespeople, and this was going to be another place for tradespeople. And he said, second of all, for collegiate high school, because it's a big thing now within the province of Alberta to connect the post-secondary along with the high schools to do that. And he had said that he was going to meet with Dr. Glenn Mitchell said that he was going to meet with one of the superintendents on Wednesday. So that looks pretty positive down the road. I mean, starting out next year, they're only coming out with carpentry and welding
Yeah.
and introductory heavy duty mechanics, right? And then next year they're going to have electrical, and then the full apprenticeship program of 4 years of the heavy duty mechanic, and then they've got motorcycle mechanics. So there's some stuff that was left behind, but like Janet said, the community has a non-profit association that's going to be looking after the campuses, and then other institutions can community run stuff there as well. So it's pretty exciting.
And historically, I don't know what you realize, Fairview used to be as on par with Wolves, agricultural college, and we are traditionally an agricultural college, and we should be the north version of Wolves. And we hope to bring lots of that egg. I think there's just an absolute need for that egg programming to come back. And to his credit, he has given us back the livestock and the land, because that was slated to all be sold. So,
All in all, very exciting for the town of Fairview. If you're a citizen in the town of Fairview or in the area, very exciting that this is happening. A lot of hard work to get it.
we're really good. So we do.
Good
Sitting
job,
on
you
that
guys,
committee.
both for working on that. Guarantee. Okay,
Did you have anything else?
No, good things.
Janet, do you have anything else for the overall capital plan? Wanda, did you have any comments on the capital plan?
I was just wondering because one of the comments that was made in earlier meetings is that a lot of the stuff had been moved out of the college. And so Janet was saying that everything's back, or everything has got to come back.
That's still in ongoing negotiations. But I mean, the assets of the land and the livestock will be retained on the campus. So that is great, because vet tech is a really important program in this province. And there's talk of U of C bringing in they're almost going like your daughter would maybe know more about this, a vet tech practitioner, almost like a nurse practitioner, so they can do more pre-vets up, because there's such a shortage of vets with, I don't know, pride checking or whatever, to do more of day-to-day stuff. So that's interesting. But there's things like that I've learned about intellectual property, is that the right word? And that's a whole mess to try to sort out, because they're not relinquishing any of their intellectual property, even though they're not going to use it. So we have to find other partner institutions. It's interesting how post-secondary works. It's a mess. We could go in there and straighten it out, Wanda.
Not to do with the questions, just a procedural or a technical thing. I have no idea how to raise a hand. I do not use Google Meet, and I can see that I can applaud you guys, or I can.
Your hand up and I'll try and, or just pipe in.
Okay, I'll just interrupt. Fine. I'm good at that.
For now.
Until you interrupt too much, and then I'll mute you. Okay, I guess exciting things in Fairview, but gonna take some time. So definitely, I think we made the right move moving it to number 3. So hopefully, when we get to it, everything will be running smoothly, and we know what who we can work with and what we can work with. So. And yeah, otherwise the capital plan I think looks good. Looks a little different. Obviously, whatever Rhonda learned. Is this the new way to do it? Because it looks.
There will be more. So when we come back to the fall, I got a lot of documents and a lot of information to put together. More of it ends up on the back end in the submission that we send in through BLIMS to the government, because there's a lot of data that would bore you all. We could spend the whole
That was
day.
gonna be my next question.
On
lenses.
Yeah, so BLIMS is the program that Alberta Education and Capital Planning Department uses to monitor all capital plan submissions from everybody in the entire province. And in there, they have connections to BFA, which is the assets that we have. So in every school, we have every single system from, flooring to lights to structure to HVAC, everything. And those two programs work to identify where the problems are. Utilization is brought in. It's a whole lot of data that we could spend the whole entire day talking about that doesn't need to be here. So it's a way to present all of that information to bring our plan up a level when they're being reviewed, because what capital planning does is they go through every single capital plan that gets submitted and they analyze each request in each capital plan. Some school divisions will have 2, we have 3, but some school divisions may have 20 items on their capital plan. So it's a pretty exhaustive method for the people in capital planning, but the more information that you can include in there, and I learned a lot in a session that I was in ASBOA that will really help simply give all of that information to make it more likely that we're chosen.
If I could just make one more comment, Madam Chair. At our school council meeting at Fairview High School a couple of weeks ago, there was a concern from one of the parents there that we had moved Fairview to the bottom of the list. So what happens if the college does get saved and then we can't have a clean high school because of the way down the road? We can have a clean high school without building a new building, right? I mean, we can connect whenever they're ready and we're ready. We can go ahead and do that. So if anybody asks that question, is
Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, if we could, would anyone want to make a motion to approve the capital plan as amended? Hurry. Okay, any final discussions or anything? Okay, all in favor? We are 5.
So Madam Chair, can I just add the other piece now, related to this?
You want to go to value scoping?
Oh, yeah, sorry, never mind.
It is on there, but does it flow better to just do it?
Yeah,
now?
thank you.
Because
Yeah, that's what we decided. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Just a bit eager.
we could just
No,
go right into
no,
it because we're
no.
talking about it.
I think I would.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry for
no,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will go to, we, struck 4.2, so 5.1,
Mhm.
debrief of Alberta Rural Ed Symposium. So myself, David, Jeff, Wanda, and Edith attended. You wanna go through yours?
Sure. For me, I was really looking forward to it. I don't think it quite met where I thought it was going to be, right? And it could have been just this year, because I've heard really great things about the symposium over the years, and thought it was going to be like up here. It didn't quite hit the mark, and I think it might have been just what happened, right? There was a couple of things the ministers weren't able to make it. The Minister of Education wasn't going to be there, which would have changed the way things look a little bit. There was, and I was going to talk about this later when we talk about Rural Caucus, but I'll talk about it now. Myself and Karen Scholl from Highbury School Division met with the chair and the vice chair of the Rural Caucus to discuss rural school work that's going on around the province. And they had made a statement during their presentation at the beginning that they were going to have a working group. And so Karen Scholl and I both signed up for it. And then Chair Baczynski told me later on that we had a discussion. She said, you know, well, I have to bring that back to the board because it's another committee. So at some point, I don't know how we fit this in, but I'm hoping to get the blessing of the rest of the trustees to carry on. I don't see this being a really expensive project, but someone from this division should certainly be sitting upon a working group. And the first meeting is Monday, a virtual meeting. I think all trustees from around the province have been invited to that. It's that part of it sounded really positive. I keep my mind open for next year, and we'll see.
Wanda, did you have any feedback?
Yeah, there was a couple of speakers that I found phenomenal. The one, and I don't have my notes. The one was speaking about Indigenous, like how we're moving forward with reconciliation, and I found him to be a very powerful speaker. He was not like his approach was so wonderful that it was not pointing any fingers. It was just saying, you know, this is where we are and talking about how to move forward. And yeah, I just found him to be awesome. He was from Manitoba, interestingly. And the panel on oh, what is that called? Co-credit.
Allegiance and dual credits, yeah.
Dual credit, thank you. Really an amazing thing to listen to how these school divisions have just kind of taken that ball and run with it. And the similarities, like I don't think that they were collaborating. They just came to the panel, and amazing programs that all kind of dovetailed into best practices that I just thought I was so glad that they got up and spoke, because I just think those are best practices that we could all mimic. Anyway, so we should steal from them. So yeah.
Okay. Jack, didn't you have anything?
Madam Chair, I agree that it probably wasn't at the level I would have expected. This is the first one I've attended, but I've heard a lot of people talk about that PD opportunity in past years, and it was great. Not that it was bad, it wasn't bad, but there was not a whole lot of earth-shattering stuff there. So to the point where I probably would list it as a thing I'd go to in another year. Although, as Trustee Russian said, this might be the one-off year, right? So you never know for sure. So it wasn't bad. But it wasn't that we would walk away saying, wow. And yet I agree with trustee Lauren that, you know, a couple of the keynote speakers made some really good comments, saying they might have spoken for an hour and there might have been a 5-minute nugget there. And you say, oh yeah, that's an interesting way to take that forward, and you can use that in a future point in time. So yeah, and like you know, there was lots of other conversation that unfolded inside the conference. I'm sure that might have been but
I kind of have the same thoughts of everyone else. Definitely some great speakers. The panels were good. It's always nice when your peers are up there and you kind of hear different things from different divisions. That's always great. I found a couple of the speakers were like conflicting. One was like, don't try and do too much. You're just a school, like not just a school, but like, and then the next one was like, you have to do everything because you're the school. Like, I don't know. There was just, because it's a lot of it was about bringing your communities in and making sure they're part of your, so I don't know. I definitely have mixed reviews and would have, I feel like I would give it another shot maybe, but I wouldn't be, if it didn't work out in my schedule, it wouldn't be something I devastated about. But again, always good to get some people and have conversations. And yeah, I probably had more, I had some great conversations with some people, but nothing related to the article. And maybe we'll touch on your committee when we do rural caucus.
Sure.
In 6.3. That probably is a good spot for it. Okay, anyone have any questions? Any of this? Okay. We will go to 5.2, review of NAMPA enrollment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you may recall, probably all recall, in December, and then in the January meeting, I shared information about enrollment numbers that we had at that time, and how this is a part of an ongoing conversation. In fact, every year the board, one of the key functions of the board is to look at enrollment patterns, our overall enrollment, and what that might mean from the point of view of impact on service delivery. So that's a really important governance task or responsibility. And so we are required from Alberta Education to roll up our numbers. So by the end of December, early January, we're submitting our projected enrollment numbers for the next year. And of course, they're projections. You never really know how they're going to shake down. And a big decision like the one that happened really quickly in Fairview in the fall, that happened in January, February, that could throw projections way up. But over time, those projections tend to weigh out reasonably well. And in fact, oftentimes, if I were to look at patterns, our projections are probably a little bit higher than they actually end up being in more of our schools than not. We do anomalies. Sometimes we project, say, 100 and 110 show up, but most times we're projecting 192 show up. And we do have, like we had a situation this year in Manning where we had a bulge of students that showed up well, most of them in one class, as it turned out, and it resulted in the need to actually hire extra staff versus the students being spread across grade levels. But that was a special circumstance. A brand new school gets built and people say, gee, they want to go to that school, and we had that happen. So we're in a situation, Napa was mentioned in the previous conversation. I mentioned 3 schools, actually, Napa, Lloyd Garrison, and Hines Creek, only to highlight the fact that as we move forward, the board will need to continue to monitor those schools. And I've had subsequent conversations with 2 of those 3 schools, but I have reached out to Napa Public School as well about today's meeting because of the experience that we had in the last time this was brought to the table. A couple of schools were, I'll say, caught off guard or misinterpreted the board highlights, because the highlights are 2 sentences that capture a 20 or 30 minute or 10-minute conversation. That's a part of the longer conversation that occurs over the years. But to get to the point here, the numbers that we just sent in for our projections for next year put Napa School at 36.5 students for next year. The 0.5, of course, being kindergarten students or early childhood services children are counted as half. So, you know, the threshold, of course, for Group 1 funding, which is about $487,000, is for schools whose enrollment is between 35 and 55. So 35 to 54 puts you into category 2 funding. If you go up to 55, you go to category 3 funding, which, you know, is a $180,000 increase. If you drop down to 34, the 34 moves you down to the lowest category of funding for rural small schools. And it's a base of about 28,000 thereabouts. So I'll get your
Oh, yeah,
exact.
26.
26,791. So 26,791 plus a per student amount of, what is that now roughly?
6,500.
Yeah. So you get the $27,000, $26,800 base amount and $6,000 per student thereafter. So what that would mean for 34 students would be, and that's what the base money.
Yeah.
So with 34 students, Madam Chair, that would mean 221,000 for 34 students, and the grant per student, plus add on 26,791. 26,791, and it puts us at less than $247,000 versus $487,000. So you see the detrimental impact that 2 students will have on the board's financial circumstance. And so we are hoping that in September, at the end of September, the enrollment is back up to 38 or 39. In other words, we're hoping we pick up 1 or 2 or 3 students. But if the patterns that have been at play continue, we're more likely to go the other way. And 36.5 students, if we have 3 students less in grades 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 than we had projected, we are into a very significant financial, or the board, you know, the board is into significant financial circumstance. So we wanted to bring it to your attention now. Clearly, that's a part of my responsibility, and there was a former conversation at this board table a few years ago about that. The superintendent, a part of his or her responsibilities, whoever your superintendent is going to be into the future, is to do exactly what I'm doing here now. We have the data that we have to present, and then we have to, doing our duty to share that potential risk to the board, to you. And then what you do with that is entirely up to you. That's a part of your governance responsibilities. We have no involvement in that other than as a support team, as we did for other processes in the past. So right now, it's simply an early indicator to you that sadly and unfortunately, Napa Public School is at risk of being a school that now is being forced to operate, or we're being required to operate it with a very substantial reduction in funding, as the current rural small schools funding regime is. And it hasn't really changed, despite a lot of lobbying effort from this board, and some of the letters here today that you're going to talk about continues to lobby. So, we're not alone. In fact, most small rural school divisions are facing this reality right now. There's a couple of really good letters that have been written that you'll probably come to today in the consent agenda piece here. So what I would say to the board is that we're going to be waiting with bated breath as the administrative team for the end of September 30th count, because the end of September count is the count that's used then to do our recalculation of our budgets and so on. And if we're in the situation where we fall below that threshold, then we're going to take a significant financial hit. And one of the things we could do is we'll do our part, but we'll help the board to do their part to try to lobby government to say, hey, we need a little bit of a reprieve. We need you to not adjust this funding for the current year. We need time now to move forward. So it is possible, I suppose, that if once the end of September count comes, if the school is into that threshold, the school will have actually arrived at the spot that the board predicted Dixonville School would be at in September. So the board, based on numbers and based on our projections, was in a situation where, holy smokes, this school is going to be below the 35 for September, and there's going to be that $250,000 hit. And then the board went through a process that you all know, because you were all involved, most of you were involved in it, and made a decision that the board felt it needed to make. So I'll leave it there unless there are questions, and we'll just wait until September to see what the enrollment is. I'll just say one other thing. This school was actually went through a process 4 years ago, 4 years ago.
It was my first year.
Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years ago. And at that time, there was a group of parents who attended the meeting and they talked about the fact that, you know, there were students in the area who could go to the school and it would make the school viable. I'm willing to bet that when we do a deeper dive on this, we will find that to be true. And not to pass judgment on parents who make decisions to send their children to alternate sites, but just as a recall piece, in Dixonville, I think there was 38 students who could have attended Dixonville School, who chose to attend somewhere else. And had they chosen to go to Dixonville School, the population would have been into the 70s. And the worries that the board had at the time, you know, that had to deal with at that time wouldn't have been there. And therefore, you wouldn't have been all like we've gone through a process and Dixonville School would have still been open. That kind of scenario is probably likely to play out as well when we do the deep dive, if indeed you move to the process of doing a policy 15 viability review. That will require the board, the administrative team to develop a report. And we're likely to find that same type of pattern, because I seem to recall that was what was at play. Two things in Napa. One, there were a number of children who could have gone to Napa who never did. They went elsewhere. And two, a number of families started out in Dixonville but didn't finish to grade 6. They started their children in kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2. And it was amazing the number of children who actually ended up shifting to another school before they even ended up getting to grade 6. So I'll leave it there, Madam Chair, and my pledge to all of you as governors of the system is that we will provide you with the information that you need to make your governance-related decisions. And the first piece of that will be after the end of September count next fall, in just a few short months from now.
Do we want to go through the speakers list? People have questions, comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Jeff, what is the current enrollment now?
The enrollment,
39, I believe.
39. Yeah.
Okay.
So remember, those are physical bodies versus.
FTE.
Yeah.
So 39 is the actual number of students in the building, but we only receive half funding for kindergarten students.
So they're counted as a half.
Yeah.
So 2 kindergarten students counts as 1 on that formula.
Okay,
So if you have 6 kindergarten children, that counts as 3.
so they had 41 they lost a couple then?
The numbers have fluctuated throughout the year as they do in most of our schools. That happens all the time. So it's always, we're throwing a dart at a time, a period in time, but that's what counts. So if we had a count of 41 in September, or say we had a count of 32 in September and we had 41 in November, that's not going to fix the problem.
No, it's the end of September count is what government makes this decision on. So right now we're projecting 34 for grades 1 to 9 for September.
And they pull that funding if.
Yes.
Yeah, they adjust our funding.
So they have 39 right now, and how many are leaving, do you know?
There are 6 grade 6 students.
There's 6.
There are 6 grade 6 students. 3 of them for sure are going to Blood Mary, and 3 of them are undecided. 1 of them might be going to homeschool.
They won't be going to Napa. Right now.
My point is, they won't be going to our schools in Peace River. So we're not even keeping them in our system. So that's problematic.
Okay, so that leaves you with 33. And then what do they have coming in?
So projected next year as the following, and these are projections. So for early childhood, 4.
Yeah, for
Four right now, based on our best projections, 4 for kindergarten, which is 2, and 34 for grades 1 to 9. So that gives us 36. So we are as fine as you can get it. We're 2 students away from plunging into the lowest funding category. So 34 grades 1 to 9 projected for next year and 4 kindergarten. So 34 plus 2, 36. So if we lose 1 family with 2 children decides that they're moving somewhere else because the kids finished grade 3 there and they're moving, it puts the board in a very significant financial
So
challenge.
39 minus the 6 that are leaving. Gives you 33. And then you have 4 coming in from kindergarten. It's 37.
Four from kindergarten counts as two.
All counts as 2.
And apparently I stand corrected on the current number. The current number FTE, not bodies in building, is 37.5.
37.5, yeah.
That's correct.
Currently.
Current test.
So, hey, yeah, no matter which way you analyze these numbers, Napa is in an extremely challenging situation from the point of view of revenue that it generates versus cost to deliver the services.
Yeah, it's been there a lot of years. But it fluctuates a lot throughout.
This is yeah, you're right, Madam Chair, but this is as low as it's been in the time I've been in. It's now, it's being 41, 42. It's up, in the 9 years I've been there, it's probably up to like 50, 51 some years, but hovered around 40, 42, 43. And now it's down into just above the 35 threshold.
So when we apply, if that gets applied for, or whatever, the decision gets made or whatever to close the school, does the minister have to approve that?
No, it lies
All the board responsible.
completely in our hands.
It would be the same process, Madam Chair, as you went through for the Dixonville school, except this time I would argue that this looks like it might even be more of an urgent matter because in the Dixonville situation, the opportunity was there. Although it was a tight timeline, the board executed that timeline rather efficiently, did a very, very thorough process and in alignment with its policies and with, the engagement requirements and decide to close the school and then implement that decision goes to the ministry, and that's where it is. In this instance, because you might ask the question, a legitimate question would be, we have initiated this process this year. The answer to that is yes, we probably could have, but with so many things on the table, we flagged it in I think it was in the January meeting, might have been December meeting, but we didn't lock in on it like the Dixonville one. So in that regard, if the board decides in the fall to initiate a process, it is by virtue of not having acted until the fall that it's giving Napa a 1-year reprieve, because the Napa situation is as close to as urgent as Dixonville, with this exception. In Dixonville, we were projecting 28, if you recall, 27, 28. 26, yeah, it was a big plunge, right? And it was so much of a plunge, like it was starting, whereas the Napa one, to Trustee Dick's commentary, it's sort of been hovering, and it sort of catches up on you. It's 41, 42, and all of a sudden we're down to 37.5 now, and you realize, oh, we've slipped there. So I guess what I'm saying to the board is that these numbers didn't quite strike my radar like the Dixonville one, because it wasn't such a stark change in existing population and projected, but it's just as significant nonetheless. And it's actually a little bit more risk to the board now financially. And if indeed that number plunges in September, the board is at risk of the provincial grant being clawed back to align with the enrollment.
I just feel that the board also has to pay attention to what's going on, in northern Alberta here, especially in these areas, and what the future is going to hold here. So I think we have to be well aware of that. And we'll see how it goes. Any other questions, comments?
I would just like to make a comment on the letter that Randall wrote to the minister. A little different story there. They're trying to save a specific school, and that school is going to try to ramp up and do some different things where they're thinking they can make a difference and they may attract some more students. But I believe, well, I know for a fact it's going to hit the table on Monday's meeting, because I'll bring it there myself if nobody else does. This thought of the, what do they call it? The soft landing tier, where if you went from over the 36 students down to say 34, you wouldn't lose the $260,000. You would just lose $17,000 per student. I think that that's something that we have to push for at the very least, which gets us out of that need to hurry up and get it done before you've had an opportunity to really do a lot of work. So if the rural caucus working group can't see the light to move in that direction, which I think would be done. So I think they will, because when you talk to the folks that are a part of that, the chair and the vice chair, they have schools with 38 students, right? So I think that would give us a little bit of a leeway. And if the working group doesn't want to approach it that way, then I think this division has to send a letter off to the Minister of Education asking for the same soft landing below the 36 students. And then that would give us a little bit of a time to sit back, take a breath. We'd still have to go through that same process, but we wouldn't feel like we were in a major hurry on it. We weren't able to listen and to take a look at some other things.
And Madam Chair, if I could just add a little bit to that. So to that point, Trustee Rush, you do add that opportunity now because last time around, it was January when the direction was given to me, and then with the report to come in April. And then when I started to look at it, I realized that report's got to come to the board in March in order to meet the deadlines and the requirements. So we have literally 2 months to do the analysis and get that report done. Now, given that we'll have all of next year, so there will be that opportunity there. And if we start that process and get a preliminary document together into the fall, and go into January with a report ready, you'll be 2 or 3 months ahead of the Dixonville process. And in the meantime, the request of the lobby effort for that graduated reduction in funding could be made out. So,
well, I would like to see that take place prior to September, so that if we do drop to 34 students, we don't lose the money for this upcoming fall. Great. So anyways, I think it's there's a lot of people out there have small schools in this province, and they're all starting to band together.
Yeah, it's actually moving in the right direction.
I really think it is, and I think as a board, and obviously I'm assuming we're gonna support what your this committee that you're looking to sit on. I think, and I don't know if it's in fact, well, this is my 5th year. I've never seen so much. So it's hurting everyone. Like it's and I think across the province more so than I think we ever really realized. I think we kind of felt like maybe we were more isolated and more in our own little bubble, but you're just seeing more and more letters and people caring about it more. So it's obviously affecting everyone. But I think as a board, we're stepping in the right direction and doing what we can. As we go through the budget process, it'll be interesting because you're to try and you got to have the wiggle room if we lose it, right? And that's just where we're at. Those conversations will be happening in the next 2 months. So. Okay, anything else? Not a fun topic, but it's
no, it's not.
it's part of where we're at and what we do. So. Okay, can we take a recess till 11?
Yes.
Is that quick for everyone? Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna wait.
Well,
I'll go now.
Okay, it is 11:01. We'll get back into the meeting. Almost on schedule. Okay, we're moving to 5.3 update on the Dixonville school site.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And we've just did a little precursor conversation to why we're at this stage. So after the decision was made to close the school in Dixonville, we continue to partner with the people within the community who wanted to pursue setting up a charter school, charter society, and then get permission for a school. So as you know, they didn't receive a decision, I think it was in December, that they were successful. We therefore delayed the move to, or our insistence on having the public library leave the building. We thought, even though we said they had to do it at the end of December, it didn't make any sense that we say you have to move, and then February perhaps the charter school would gain access to the building and stuff. So a lot of things have unfolded since then that hasn't gotten us very far ahead because there's a bit of an issue with regard to the land. So the school itself is on one plot of land, and then there's another plot of land that's probably a little bit bigger that has the condemned teacherage on it and some greenhouse on it. And in fact, part of the playground equipment that we were leaving there is also encroaching on that piece of land. The Alberta infrastructure, through the process, what's happened is that they're going to give us fair market.
No, net book value.
Net book value for the school and parcel one. But it doesn't include parcel two, and we wanted it to all go, because one of the basic components of the charter school in Dixonville is that they want to use that other plot of land for their outdoor lab. That's where they're going to do their agricultural work, or at least some of it. And so they want that other parcel of land, but because of the decision that's been made, we're now left with a piece of land, a bigger piece of land that we will move to the market, put up for sale. And of course, that won't be helpful necessarily to the charter school, depending on who buys it. So we've had conversations with the person who's heading up the Charter School Society, or was in the past, and he's certainly confirmed with us that that's their desire. Rhonda's been back and forth with various government officials about this, and the latest conversations have been around trying to get an easement. They want to, there's an L-shaped land, parcel of land at the bottom. So this is the land there that the school's on, and there's an L shape that comes over here, and this is the rest of the land. So they want to bring buses in and move across this part of land right here. So they want to have an easement. So that part of the land, if we sell it to somebody else, that person mightn't agree to that. So we don't want to go down that road. We're saying, hey, look, the easy solution here is for you to include in this deal all of the land at no additional cost. Just make it one plot of land. We're not asking for more money. We just want it all to be gone, in the deal. So yesterday we met with some government officials too, and they got into talking about at the beginning of the meeting how much power they had and authority they have and the tools in their toolbox to actually just make decisions, almost like expropriating land. They could do that, but they didn't want to do that. So at a point in time, I spoke up, and Ron has been involved for quite a while on this, and I said that this is a matter of concern for the board, and it's a topic of conversation today, because right now the school board closed the school effective last June, end of June, and continues to incur costs for that building, because at the time the board made what I thought was a very reasonable commitment to say to the community, look, we're not going to mothball this facility and let it deteriorate, especially if you're going to be pursuing a charter school and you have the Dixonville school property as your primary site. And plus we have the library board in there, but we're paying supernet costs, heat, light. We have a custodial staff person still on board because there's cleaning required for the public library. And because it's still our building, we need to ensure that the standard of care for cleaning is there. So we're incurring, I don't know what we're incurring, but $2,000-3,000 a month in cost.
At least
That, probably more than that, every month while this is being delayed. So they made the decision to take the first parcel of land and the school, but they don't want to take the other part. And they now want us to, first of all, subdivide it. We tried to do that a while back, and we were that didn't unfold in the right kind of way. And they did say yesterday they had the authority and the tools in the toolbox to do that. But we said we weren't interested in that at this point in time. So this is a matter that we feel we've been lobbying through our channels, and we feel that at this point in time, it might be a worthwhile conversation at the board table. And through that conversation, the board might decide that, there needs to be an official to official set of communications now, whereby perhaps if it's what you decide is appropriate, the board chair writes a letter to the ministers involved, creating stating what the issue is and asking that they just move on, so that the charter school can have a reasonable chance of being successful. Anything else?
No, that summarizes just, we're having a meeting tomorrow with, the Charter School Society has reached out to me because I'm the contact, and Jeff will be involved in this, but they want to have a meeting and and just find out where we're at in the process. And I think it'll be good for our two groups to talk about that other piece of land, and maybe they'll write a letter in addition to the board's letter if the board decides to do that, so.
I know where I'm at with that. But
So why doesn't the charter school want more land?
They do.
they do, but the government gave it to us, or like, more or less, yeah.
And why can't we
So-
just give it, like, with included in the price of the other?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, the charter school wanted all the land. We have two plots of land there, the plot that the school's on, and this other plot that the teachers is on that actually comes across here.
And we want them to have it.
And we want them to have it, and they want it. But Alberta infrastructure, through the process they put in place, only set up to say, hey, we're going to take ownership of the parcel of land that the school is on. The other parcel of land we don't want, and plus we want an easement so buses can get through. And the charter school personnel are saying, the people heading that up saying, well, that's actually going to impact our plans because we had a vision for that other piece of land. So it, on some levels, on a lot of levels, doesn't quite make sense as to how it's gotten this convoluted, so.
Well, if I'm
It
right,
makes total sense.
I mean, it's the teachers, right?
It's the teacher.
Nobody wants to look, if Alberta government takes over the teachers as well, then they have to get rid of them. And that's a big cost, and nobody wants to do that. I thought, is there no way, because I know they did this in towns where I've lived before, where you phone up the volunteer fire department and say, hey, you know what? You guys want to do some practicing? We've got a building that we would just love to see you burn.
Yeah, it's still done.
Yeah.
Dixon's
Can't do it.
recently.
We could do that, but I would first have to abate that building and get rid of all of the hazardous materials inside that building.
Really?
Maybe if somebody else had it, but
Well-
we have to follow so many rules
Yeah.
because we are, who we are. Like, if you owned it, you could probably tell the fire
Yeah.
department to do that.
I
Well,
had to do it myself.
yeah, Madam Chair, we did say to the two individuals yesterday that if we ended up selling that for whatever amount, $5,000, $10,000, $1, just to legally transfer it, a local farmer or somebody else would be wherewithal to do so, comes in with their equipment and in an afternoon beats it down, does whatever with it, and then has the land that they then try to sell to live. And for us, yes, that is one of the issues. The cost for us to get rid of that acreage following all of the legislative requirements that we necessarily need to follow would be fairly expensive, right? But, yeah, so that's where it is. And the charter school might have decided that, you know what, this is not a place that's inhabitable, but it's a great spot to store pig's food or, other supplies that they are going to use for their agricultural purposes. So even though there's mold inside that say that, that's condemned the building, great storage area for, that they can leverage to do all the things they need to do there.
So I think we write a letter, saying, obviously, we close the school, we want to be a good partner. We have been a good partner, but enough's enough. We can't keep paying for this thing at the end of the day. Because in a difference, you've approved a charter, you want them to have this charter, you're giving them money, let them take it over and let them have all the land they need to do what you approved the charter for.
Yeah.
I don't know how to nicely word that, but I think that's the gist of it. Is that what we're thinking?
If that's what you want, Madam Chair, you can put a motion somebody can put a motion to the table, we can certainly assist in that.
For those of you who aren't familiar with it, like without that little chunk where they're asking for the easement, you'd have to bring a school bus in and then try to find enough room to turn it around and take it back out the other way.
50-point turn?
Yeah, like it would be catering all the time, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Along with parent drop-offs.
Yeah,
Along with parent
in the same yard, yeah, in the same
Yeah.
spot.
It all sounds very logical, like we shouldn't have to do this, but here we are. Can I make that motion?
Just make it.
I'll make that motion. send to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Infrastructure.
And maybe to look for it, no,
I was gonna say, do we, yeah. Include that?
Yeah.
Do we include our, like, the county?
I don't think so because, they're kind of out of it as far as the ownership of the land
Okay.
and the school. It's really infrastructure will own all new schools now. So infrastructure will own the school.
Okay. Just because they were initially the ones involved in trying to.
And you could, and for lobby power,
yeah, it wouldn't hurt, Madam Chair, if you
And then
did.
they're just in the know of what we're struggling with.
I'm just wondering, would the county be interested in just taking that chunk of land for $1?
Well, and originally they were approached about when we thought charters couldn't have their own schools or whatever, they were the ones approached, about giving over it all. So, I don't think it hurts to include them.
Yeah,
And then coming out of that might be, it would match up to that.
And then we're, I mean, this $2,000 to $3,000 a month is really.
Yeah, it's not
bothering me.
It's not what we signed up for, and, we're all about being good partners to an extent. Okay, any input, questions, motions on the floor? Do you need any more details for the motion?
We will send them like a map with a drawing, parcel A, parcel B, so that they know.
Yeah.
oh, they have it.
Yeah, the Minister of Education probably doesn't have them. And
I think they do, Madam Chair, but we can certainly get her to put it back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Who is the Minister of Infrastructure?
Lon,
Where is it alone?
was it the guy that was at the rural?
From, where he's from?
Marty, is it? No, Marty.
Okay, all in favor?
I,
Okay, we are five.
I don't know.
Perfect. Okay, we'll roll into 5.4, value scoping in the town of Peachtree.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. I was a little eager to get to that a little earlier, so now we're here. So the capital plan that you just passed by way of motion, if you go back to that for 1 minute, you will see in that capital plan, there's reference to under number 1, priority number 1, to actually move forward with a formal community engagement process this spring. Okay, so moving forward with it this spring, I just want to add a bit of context to that. So this spring, that came about, part of the conversation around that was around, when are we going to do the value scoping for the Peace River system? We talked about, well, maybe in June we do a value scoping. There was some conversations around that at the time. And if the value scoping were to proceed in June, and that's a conversation we can have, then what you have in your hands there now becomes an extremely tight process. However, if the value scoping is going to be in September, October, then the board has a little more time. So, Madam Chair, subsequent to proceeding the conversation at the board table, Kristen was asked to do a piece of work around looking at what thorough engagement processes could look like, and put together a 25 page document that could, 26-page document that could be sort of a handbook for the administrative team. So we could make it a generic document, even though it was done, this one was done specifically for Peace River schools, but we could make it a generic document that we would pull from every time the board needs to engage in a process, and we would provide you from the contents of that handbook an executive summary. So what I've just shared with you is an executive summary based on that 26-page document. And it's really sharing with you, and we tried to make sure we have the right audience in mind. So we're presenting this to you for your review. And here's the way to look at it. If you were comfortable with this, then this could be a document that the board chair could send out to the community of the Peace River, saying, hey, here's how we're setting up an engagement process, and here are the details on it. So,
And on that, I would rephrase the community document to send out. This document is for your consideration.
yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So we would tweak the
You would
community
make a
document.
community
Version.
Yeah, exactly. So this is for your eyes.
Steve,
Yeah.
Wanda, you should see it in your email.
Yeah.
Just
And so, it's set up, it's based on, the International Association of Public Participation. So it's a very technically sound, structured process. And in it, you'll see, wording around, what the intent is, what the scope of the work would be. You see that the engagement process would, attempt to glean information from stakeholders on 4 areas. What is the collective, individual and collective perception around grade configuration, language programming, i.e. the future of French immersion programming in our schools, facility and location, and quality education priorities. So these would be the 4 areas that we would, that the board would look at engaging the community in. And the engagement would be, in this instance now, especially given the timeline that you've already come together, is like super tight right here now. You'd engage with the community, parents, other community partners and stakeholders, and staff. So there'd be 2 meetings, and that's described down below in the responsibilities and workload section. The board's involvement would be involved, a formal launch. Here is March 26th. All that is, Madam Chair, is that say, if the board decides it's going to do this process this spring, and it's going to be done by way of motion, then today's meeting would be the meeting that you do that. And then the active listening, those 2 sessions would occur somewhere between the 13th of April and the 1st of May. The reason it would need to occur this early, and I'm thankful that it's actually, the time frame is extended a little bit here now, because we are ramping up into a really intense time, you and us, as we attempt to successfully conclude the current year while we plan for successful implementation of the next year. So this is the time of year when you're straddling 2 massive cyclones, trying to prevent them from colliding with each other, and yet having clarity to finish the year out strong and set up for a strong start next year. And you'll see some pieces around that, you have a busy schedule as well around board meeting, ASBOB, CAS, First Nations, Métis Inuit Conference, and so on. Not to mention, of course, in the background is trustee tours. We have 5 days that we're going to need to get committed, squeezed in April, May for trustee tours. And then there's the staffing piece, and on it goes. The budget that you have to, we're probably in 2 planning sessions for the budget. So it is a tough time for sure. That said, what this was intended to do is to share with you what the process could look like. And if it's going to be done so that we can be positioned to have a richer value scoping process in June, what this engagement process does is it positions the board to sit and listen, gather the evidence of what people are saying, and from that, staff would, on your behalf, generate a report, what was heard. And that report then helps illuminate the conversation that occurs with the contractor coming in to do the value scoping. That group would get a copy of what the parents and staff members said, and that doesn't stop the value scoping process. It's just a value added piece because you have that information. So I'll stop there. I'll ask Rhonda and Kristen, is there anything else that we need to add to this before the board gives some thought to whether or not this type of engagement makes some sense before getting into the practicality of actually getting it done before the end of June, mid-June, and whether or not we need to do it before the end of June, or if it can be done sometime, not before the end of June, excuse me, getting it done before by May 1st, or because we need that time then to get a report back to the board in the May board meeting, or can it be done between now and the end of June to get a report done over the summer that comes back to a board meeting in August to set up for value scoping in September? that's a conversation piece. And if that unfolds, Madam Chair, coming back to the capital plan again to make that last connection, then you'll see there that we talked about the value of scoping on page 3 in the spring, but if the board decided, wow, we really like this, we want to tweak it a bit, but boy, this is ambitious to get it done to do a value of scoping in June. And the Secretary Treasurer weighs in and say, well, you know what, getting it done in June is not super critical. We just need to amend this a bit. So you'll approve that as amended. That was referenced. So, Rhonda, anything you want to add?
Can I just see with one?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Wanda.
I found my hand up. So I'm wondering when we're doing the school visits, if that could somehow be worked into the value scoping in Peace River, because that's 3 schools that we could somehow massage into the community engagement and visiting the schools. And how timely would that be? Because if we're talking about the state of these schools and like just kind of thinking about what buildings we have to go and visit them, that'd be pretty awesome. Thank you.
Now do you know how, I was gonna say, do you know how to put the pen down?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, Secretary Treasurer Freeman might want to weigh in to correct something I've said or add to it, and then we'll ask Kristen to weigh in.
I think you've covered most of what's happening and what the questions are. It's a really busy time of the year for everybody, for the trustees, for the schools. I think it's a great process. I think it's a great way for the board to hear the information from the people that use the schools so that you can make that decision. Ultimately, it's your decision to make, but it's a really great way to get that information. Really, the timing, I think it might be a little bit difficult to do it as part of the visits to the school, simply because there's probably other people, parents, community members, so forth, that are also going to participate. So I think it would be a little challenging, and you're probably going to visit all 3 schools in that day. So I think it would be really difficult to try and coincide that with your school tours. But I think it's a really valuable tool for you.
I would just add to what Rhonda said, and that she was being very kind in saying that it would be very difficult to combine the 2. In my view, the 2 have 2 very different purposes. The school tours are for you guys to see the schools, be familiar with them, versus this engagement is for you to talk to the school community and hear what they have to say, listen to the school community. And so when you're at those school tours, you're not going to be there long enough to hear the type of feedback that you need and that you would get in this sort of engagement.
I guess the only thing would be, we could do the school tours like we normally would, and then
If it was on the same
go
day,
over summer, and then go to the engagement or something, like, since we're all, to get us all to East River.
if you did all the
That's what
River, yes.
I'm assuming that's kind of what I wanted. But yeah.
I think that, Madam Chair, I think that, what we're talking about, the trustee tours of school, I think right now, what's left for us in time this spring from March till the end of June, we're just going to get that whip in, take a look at the school, particularly for the new trustees that don't know where they are in the community. As per the revised policy 3 that we did in the last session, I don't think we're there until the fall to be able to do that, really. Like going and sitting and engaging and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So if we did the trustee tours of schools, it's going to be, Superintendent Thompson said 5 days. So you guys have done this before, maybe that's what it takes.
It took,
But it's a whirlwind, right?
and that's spending 20, 30 minutes at each.
Yeah, not a lot. A lot of driving.
But it would definitely be nice for everyone to see all the schools
Yeah,
before we can do
there's a lot of
this.
value in that for sure.
It's just that I think that it wouldn't be the time to do value scoping work in Peace River at the same time with the schools, right?
Well, this isn't value scoping, it's engagement, pre-engagement, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably,
So
It's part of
the biggest thing is you have to decide if you're going to do this, when you want to do this based on when you want to do value scoping. If you are willing to push value scoping to the fall, or if you want to stick with trying to do it in June.
So June and September are probably the two worst times to ask principals and, all those people that, which is worse.
Madam Chair, I think June is worse.
June is worse,
And
yeah.
I think if you did something like the latter part of September, after schools have had an opportunity to get up and running and get into a bit of a routine, that would feel a lot better than if you tried to do it, say, week one. So get 3 weeks under the belts, deal with all the things that are associated, normally associated with startup. At the end of September would be much more palatable than June, when everybody's trying to finish up all the stuff that they have to do and don't then think they don't have enough time to get it all done. So, yeah. But
Go ahead, Wanda.
Well, I wonder about the end of August, because people are back because the kids are going to be going to school. People are kind of wrapping up the summer, but really, do we want, when we visit the schools, I guess we want the children there. But the community engagement, if we're looking at that, would that be a good time for just talking to community members?
so, Madam Chair, if I understand the question, that Trustee Roner is asking is that, is the end of August a good time to initiate this process? So I would say, on the one hand, there's some merit to doing end of August, except that perhaps the deterrent might be, if you're going to engage teachers in this process, staff, the end of August, they're really focused on getting everything ready for startup, right? They're all out, principals as well, registering new students and all that thing. So I would say, while on the one hand, there's some merit to the end of August, my bet would be, depending on when during the end of August, if it was mid-August to get teachers involved, it's got to be during those last 3 days. And those last 3 days, I would say no. Teachers want that time to prepare for the classrooms, and they would not be as eager to come to, my sense anyway, would be to come to a meeting for an hour or two to engage in that process. I think it would really be sometime in September would be a better option, late September.
For,
If you pushed it to the fall with value scoping then in October.
oh, okay. I was thinking still do engagement and then just push value scoping until September is where my brain was going.
And Madam Chair, that's an option. You can decide that we like this, this engagement process. With some tweaks if you want to tweak it. And we'd like to get that done before the end of the school year, with the value scoping a little later. And the question was, if we get into June doing this, what's that like? And that becomes challenging in June. However, you could say there are two options here. I think possible options, maybe more, but here are the two. First one is, after the board decides, that we like this with the tweaks that you want made. Okay, so now the next thing is when. Are you going to take some time to let it percolate a bit to get an updated version of it, so that then you come to the April meeting if you want to, and don't feel pressured to decide today. You could decide in April, we're going with this, and then we set something up during the month of May, early June at the latest, for the input from community members and staff. Subsequent to which, over the summer, the team puts together the document ready for the value scoping, which could be late September or early October. Or you could, the second option is to continue to tweak this and make a decision to do the engagement in late September. Then we're into late October probably before doing the value scoping, because you have to get the information and generate a report and so on. So there are two pathways.
There's three. There's as is, there's slightly later this year, and then there's in the fall.
I personally like leaving it to the fall, but also giving our schools and their staff time to let it percolate and talk amongst themselves. Like, so could this document be released to staff so that they have a couple of months to let things just go through the thing?
Part of the public agenda, so there would be a highlight in it.
So
Yeah.
so people come to the table with well-formed ideas and thoughts. You know what I mean? And then we would have a chance to do our tours
We just
before.
wouldn't want too much of a storm of like people. When a conversation isn't guided, people tend to position. So they get upset about something or get excited about something and they choose a position and they're going to debate it. And that's not what we want. We want people to come forward and bring their values, what they actually think and feel about something, so that we can have a discussion or just learn from them and hear from them. And so my only concern with having, like, how many months is it? Like 6 months for people to prepare. It feels like giving people 6 months to firm up their position. And then they would come into this combative
Could you not
versus,
just give them the guiding
Yeah,
principles or guiding
you
questions?
could, but it doesn't always work. But yes, you could, yeah.
Madam Chair, I would really like to see this and the value scoping complete, 100% complete, prior to us taking a look at what we're going to do with our capital plan in October. So if there is a value scoping that brings out any changes, then maybe we add that to the capital plan at the end of October, which we have to have submitted by then if there's any changes.
So, Madam Chair, that would mean the value scoping would have to be done in June 1st, because it takes time for the company doing the value scoping to get that report back for the board to see. And then the board could see that report in August to prepare for the changes.
And when you're retired with the thing going on in your world, that's easy to do. But I realize that the rest of you folks aren't, so, yeah.
Well, it's not even us, we're asking that, for instance.
And the consulting firm, I guess, getting the report on once the value scoping process is actually completed, the firm that facilitates that then goes away and puts together a document, and that can take a month or two.
Yeah, probably a couple months before it's finalized, because there will be work back and forth with us at the division level, making sure that they have the information correct so that it's.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, if I could just say this, that to the point, I think the point was a good one, that you have your value scoping done. And then if you get to a position where in the fall, you're tweaking your capital plan again based on the fresh value scoping for Peace River. There's another option here, which has been an option that actually has been done lots of times over time. And that is to actually set up a value scoping process without this engagement piece. And I'm not saying that that's the best option, because I think this engagement piece is strategic and can be very useful for the board. You know, it strikes off a number of things in its policy and so on. However, when we did Redder's Creek, for example, we went out and met with the community members with 20 people, and all people represented. And there was 2 days of value scoping subsequent to which a report came back to the board, and then Redder Creek was put on the capital plan, and the shovels will be in the ground. They said when the snow was removed, and that's really discouraging. But in a normal year, we'd be shovels in the ground by the end of March, by about now, early April. So that's another value, that's another process. And what that would do is that, assuming we could get somebody lined up, we could do a value scoping in sometime in May, early June. The report comes in over the summer, and then to Trustee Rush's commentary, the board would be positioned to update. But it would be to do both of that between now and June. It still can be done, but it's going to be really tight. And the other thing that's at play here, so if you look at the dates, Madam Chair, between April 1st, April 13th and May 1st, that's a 2-week block. 3-week block, thank you. 3-week block. There might be, initially it was a 2-week block, and there was 1 day in the 2 weeks that was clear and free. That was available. When we looked at the trustee calendar and our calendar, there was 1 day, and it was the second Monday, except for Friday. We thought Friday's not going to sell. So there might be 5 or 6 days here. So that process is still possible, that we initiate this, we set up, meetings, and the meetings would likely be the week of, the third week. Because the other days there was nothing, so you're looking at the third week, and that gives less time then, of course, to 1 week less to get all the information and get a report back to the board for the May meeting. And then it's got to go right after that to a consulting firm that they can use, and we'd have to work to set up value scoping in early June.
Yeah.
And early June is not the most ideal for value scoping, but to position the board, as was just suggested, that's where you'd have to do it.
I was just like, I think as a board, it's important that we make thoughtful, considered decisions, not hasty ones, right? Because of the impact. So are we in a big rush for this?
Yes and no. Like,
Okay.
it's one of those things, right? You don't know until you're in it, till you. I'm on the same, I could be convinced on any of these options for many reasons. Like I completely agree with David. And I completely agree that September, October also is great. Because I don't want to rush it. I don't want it to feel like we got it done just to get it done. But I also don't want to prolong it longer than it needs to be. Like if we can have our results and be ready to go, why not? So I could go either way. Go ahead, Wanda.
Well, I tend to agree with Kristen from what you see on the, the community forums and just talk in the community that this shouldn't drag out. I mean, I agree with you, Janet, that we don't want to rush, but I also see how if the community is left hanging without action, that they start formulating ideas and sharing their opinions, and do we want to leave this that the community is gets excited and maybe misunderstands what's going on and come to conclusions that are just not like I think as much as we are busy people and teachers and administration are very busy, we don't want to let this drag out so that the community kind of that it has a negative outcome for us.
And I'm insulated from social media completely, so you guys would know better than I do, because I just don't do any of it.
Chair, I don't want it to be my fellow trustees are thinking I'm in a hurry for this either.
No.
But every year we lose students that we don't have a school configuration in Peace River that serves our parents and our students well. And I just thought, if we leave it and we don't do anything in March, that makes it real simple. But it is, more time that we're losing before we tell the government this is what we want to do as number one priority, which may well be the solution for schools in Peace River. So if it's too much of a hurry, you're absolutely right. You don't want to, we risk making some poor decisions by doing that. But if it's at all possible, we also get a leg up on having our schools configured in a way that we don't lose students to the other services.
So are we saying do engagement before the end of June and then do value scoping in September? Is that what everybody?
The question that I would have right now, sorry for jumping in, but Red Earth Creek is significantly different than Peace River, just population wise, right? How much are we going to lose if we did the value scoping with just instead of 20 people, we have 30, a couple more members from the community, or we just go out and do a gymnasium full and invite the parents in and talk about what's coming up and get their ideas with a little less time involved in it, get their ideas about what to do prior to going into the value scoping. I'm not sure. I don't want to get in a hurry either, but if there's a way of doing this where we can get this on our capital plan by the end of October, it would be really nice without screwing everybody's lives up.
And Madam Chair, I just want to say to all trustees, so if the decision is that you want to proceed to do some sort of community and staff engagement now, to be potentially positioned to do the value scoping in early June, because we'd have to, connect with the people that do that, still pay for it, see if they are available. We can certainly do that. My only point around it being tight is that we could have to identify dates whereby, let's say all the trustees here would want to attend, but one can't make it. All of the administrative team would want to attend, but one can't make it. But you move ahead as a collective anyway. The shorter the time frame, the more likely it is that a date gets picked, because you only have 4 or 5 to choose from, that not everybody can make it. So we can make that happen. And then, the work we're going to getting the report done for May. We could tomorrow, depending on what you want, reach out. I said Rhonda would reach out to the people that we've used before, like a couple of groups, and say, hey, what's on your schedule for late May to early June? And we could do it to, set that off and perhaps get the value scoping done. And then over the summer, when summer's happening, that report gets generated, then you get it in late August, and then you're well positioned. So we could do it either way. Another thing you could do here, is perhaps, I'm going in on a limb a bit, but we identify somebody who can do value scoping with for us. They come in and we have the 20 or 25 or 30 people in a smaller group. But as a part of that 2-day process, this might be a bit different. We have an evening meeting for all parents, and anybody wants to come, and the people doing the value scoping listen, and here we have people there to help out. That's another way to move forward. So you give an opportunity for the groups to hear that. Now, that's a little more controllable, a little less controllable. And my desire, my preference would be this is much more, it's cleaner.
This would give you a full report, whereas
What's that?
this would give you a full report, whereas the only
Yes.
downside to that is you'd have to rely on whatever Janet heard, whatever Lacey
Yeah,
heard,
that's right.
whatever David heard, and you might have all heard different things.
Yes, right.
And then that wouldn't have been compiled into one
Yeah.
thing. The only other thing I was thinking of is thinking options to cut down on the human side of this, is that we could further cut this down to just the survey and put out a survey for community, staff, and students, 3 different versions of the same surveys geared towards the audiences. And then you don't have the in-person engagement. So right now the survey is part of it to accommodate for the people who obviously wouldn't be able to attend the in-person option. But you could further reduce this and just do the survey. So then you still get those community voices. What you lose is what you gain out of in-person, where people are collaboratively sharing and people's thoughts are triggered by what their neighbor has just shared and that kind of thing. But you would still get the feedback from the community.
Madam Chair, just to kind of go off of what Superintendent Thompson said just a minute ago, that's not a bad idea, to engage with the community the way we're doing it here. We're listening, we're taking the ideas down, and we're basically going to bring that and send it off to the folks that are going to be doing the value scoping. When we did the value scoping in Fairview, which was the wrong way to do it, completely wrong. But if that was an evening session with just the parents of the community, those guys, if it's working, Gary, they're awesome. I mean, they've built so many schools and stuff, but they understand stuff that we may not be able to eke out during our session with the parents. So what would that look like if we started a value scoping session with a couple of people from the schools, maybe some students, and there's like 20, 25 of us, and then over 2 days, and then in an evening have a session and invite, well advertised, and invite everybody out that brings their concerns to the table, somewhat controlled, and the questions can then go to the board, to our administration, and also to the people that are doing the value scoping. And they say, your idea just won't work because we've built schools before, and that just, you can't do that. So those kind of things, would that be rushing this too much? Or would we still get the people from the community feeling that they had some input?
And just so that we're, sort of, I guess, taking the options and tweaking them a bit. So you could do a further tweak, picking up on what Kristen said. If you went with that approach to say it's a 2-day value scoping with an evening stakeholder session that say whoever it is, Walker Garrett or whomever is there, the people that are from in this room who can be there are there, and do as Trustee Rushton just said. But prior to that, pick up on what Kristen said, do the survey. So we do the survey in advance in a timely fashion to get a general report that goes to Warwick and Garrick, and then follow up with an evening, so it's a 2-day session, but there's an evening piece added in. And then, and we'd have to have it in a big location, like, say Teesside Gym, because you could have 50 people there, you could have 200 people there. And already though, the Warwick and Garrick has a preliminary general sense of what people's thinking are, and we could theme that and set it up so they have a really valuable report. And it's an expedited way. It's not the way that was proposed for sure, and it's not the way that was further fleshed out in the big document, the 26-page document, but it is a little bit, I'll say even a bit more than a little bit. It's a value-added piece whereby you're reaching out to the stakeholders, and by doing the survey piece, you're more likely than to have 150 show up that night because they have already invested some time in completing the survey. So the board is very strategically well positioned to a question that somebody says, well, to what extent did you engage your stakeholders? Well, we did a broad-based survey to 3 user groups. We compiled a report that from that data, and we gave it to the consulting firm that's doing the value scoping. Furthermore, there was an evening gathering whereby, for example, at the start of that, we could have a couple of slides set up whereby we ask you, you said that we heard, or, we heard, and there's just a general piece up front and then open it up. So that would be a different than this, but it's sort of merging together different approaches.
I would
I don't love it.
And the only
Okay.
flag I see from planning, like from the IUP2 position, is that second engagement in person as part of the value scoping may potentially have different questions and goals than the survey did. And so then you're engaging on different topics. You're not like, it's further tweaked, but then you've only given the select people who are able to show up at that in-person meeting the opportunity to reflect on those further enhanced goals. Whereas this system gives everyone the same playing field to offer on the same topics, right?
I also feel like you have that meeting, you have those conversations, you have time as a trustee or whoever to absorb and think about it. And or even as a parent at that meeting to be like, okay, the next morning they wake up and they're like, what about this? Or I really want to, and like they have time to submit to us their new thoughts or their, I like the break.
Yeah,
I like the hearing and then having a break to then go into value scoping with some already.
Yeah. And I think just as a person who attended the Fairview meeting and as a person from Fairview, I just felt like, where the heck did this come from? And then, you know what I mean? Like there was just no pre-warning or a way to wrap your head around anything. It was just, this is it, this is the decision, and that's that.
Like I like the idea of that with us, but then we're just getting even more.
Yeah.
I actually liked your idea.
So, I mean, if we're talking about what the actual time commitment is, the survey goes out, you guys don't have to worry about that, that's done. The in-person meeting is like for you guys, like a 3.5 hour commitment. It's a 2-hour meeting. So on either end of you being there, the principals, of course, or the staff would be involved in another staff meeting, which we would also need you there for. So it's 2 in-person engagements. So 2 dates potentially that we would need you guys before May 1st. Yes.
So, Madam Chair, and just to pick up, so I just threw out trying to merge other people's pieces of other ideas together, only to continue with what I believe is an excellent conversation that's unfolding here. Just to add one piece, so Rhonda just did reach out, and so the consulting firm that we would prefer to have probably because of our long-term working relationship with them, they are available late May, early June for a value scoping process. Just to throw that
It would have been easier if they weren't available.
Yeah, so it's one of those things we said, but anyway, we asked the question, we got the answer, so here we are. So
Can we decide, can we decide if we want to have it done by June or not, and then decide how we're gonna do it? Would that be a step in the right direction?
Yeah.
Just before we do that, me personally, if I was not able to make one of the sessions with the stakeholders prior to this, I would feel quite comfortable that the rest of the trustees would represent us very well there.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss the value scoping session. I want to be there for that. So is that now that we're saying that does it feel like we're pushing this like before May 1st?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'll just say one other thing, Madam Chair, as you're thinking about that. So late May to early June, I know that late May to early June is not a time when a lot of trustees, some trustees are going to be available because there's a couple of, there's some sessions on as well, right? So we'd have to steer clear of that. I think we're okay because we could do it like June 5th, 6th or whatever, where that falls on a Tuesday, Wednesday or something like that.
Is that too much for staff, like when you're gearing up for exams and all that kind of?
Our staff in schools would only be required to attend the staff, or asked to attend the staff engagement. That would be their only.
And that would be in April.
Then we could
Yeah.
do that at a staff meeting? No.
So well, we talked about, if there's a PD session on, that we carved a half hour from that and extended it. But just to add to that, Madam Chair, so the only involvement of staff beyond the engagement session where we do the World Cafe, we sit down and listen to their responses on the questions that are the guiding questions, would be during the value scoping process itself. You probably have administrative representation, make all three schools, let's say. Plus maybe the school council representation from each school. So that's 6. At the high school, you might have a couple of junior, senior high students involved, so there'll be 7 or 8. Then it would be us. Then
Really, it's going to depend on the grade structure too, until we know. And that's why it would be hard to do the value scoping without doing this first, because the school identified on the original capital plan was TA Norris modernization. And what we're doing now for value scoping is to engage with the community to find out, what does the community need? Does it want to stay status quo with 3 schools? Does it want to stay status quo with everything, the language programming, all of that stuff? Because going into the value scoping, I think we might need to be a little bit more directed into what are we asking for the value scoping, so we know who to invite.
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
So will elected officials be invited to these engagement sessions or not?
They wouldn't necessarily be the core audience for these, because for these, we want to know what the community wants for their school. Similar to like when you showed up to Fairview and said, where did this idea come from? You were part of the Fairview community and you went into that session, and from what I'm hearing,
Everybody felt like, what?
you didn't have any prior knowledge of where the conversation was going. So that's primarily what this is for, to give the community an opportunity to share their thoughts and have some input to the direction that the board may or may not go. What the community says is not going to be your decision.
Right.
Because it might be completely impractical. It might not align with what you need to do financially. However, what the community says may guide your decision, in that you hear, maybe they say, do you know what, 2 transitions is too much. We prefer an elementary and a high school. Or they say, no, we really love the 3 transitions. And then you can keep that in mind.
But we'd let them switch.
Yeah.
But then elected officials would come to the value scope. Is
Uh,
that right?
So
Or not?
on the value scoping, Madam Chair, so you'd have, I just described, you'd have to probably have the principal from each school, the school council rep from each school. Depending on if we're value scoping on whether or not students are there is another matter. In Britters Creek, it was going to be a K-12 school, so we had some high school students there. But you'd have a representative from the town of Peace River, for example. They're an RCMP representative, they're a representative from the health authority. Whether or not you have the MLA present, I
I
would say,
meant locally elected.
yeah,
officials.
okay, yeah. So a representative from the town of
And
Peace
the
River would be
MT,
there.
right.
And for example, this value scoping, we didn't speak to it explicitly, but it would also include the community of Napa, because students go from Napa into Peace River. and leave aside the earlier conversation today, which is another very significant one, obviously. But you'd be inviting the town of Napa and their school council chair in as well. So you can see all of a sudden that gets up with the government officials and members of this team. You're up to 25 or 30 people already, for sure.
Oh, go ahead, Wanda, sorry.
Well, several other committees that I've been on have used that mural to, Kristen will probably know what I'm talking about, to get online kind of post-its of from people who are not able to be there. And I realized that it would have to be monitored to make sure that it was kept clean. But it would be a way for maybe people who just don't want to be bothered to come to an in-person meeting, but would like to have some input. And it could be guided too, because on that mural, they'll give you sections to talk about. So you could talk about the physical buildings, you could talk about programs, you could talk about, you know, the number of schools. Anyway, so mural is kind of cool. And I mean, that's kind of millennial or techie kind of people, but it'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about, and it would be another way to do the survey that would allow, like if we went the survey, only the survey route, or even to enhance the survey, it's always part of, because we always want to give people an opportunity to participate who can't make the in-person one. It was part of the giant plan to do it like a facilitated online session, but it was too much, so that got taken out. But you could still do that as a way. Right now, of course, the survey, you enter your responses and you have no clue what anyone else has said, which is some of the value to an in-person meeting. Whereas if you use a tool like Miro or just a whiteboard type thing, you can also see what other people have said, which I know from our engagement in Fairview earlier this year, that's something that people like to hear ahead of providing their own thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we at?
Are we getting close to a decision? Can we come back to it after lunch? After we've given it some
Are we ready to pull the bed out? I would pull the bed out. But we know we can
make
table it.
make a proposal.
Could I make a motion to proceed with the proposed community engagement plan? Could I just make a motion?
And that would, well, you can do whatever you want. Realistically.
Do you have a date in mind?
Oops, sorry. I don't know why my camera went off. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I'm here. So I would just propose, so this proposal that's in front of us, I would just say to go with that. Is that enough of a motion?
With the timeline?
Yep.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to go with, approve the engagement activities, I guess. With a timeline of value scoping. Further discussion? Do we want to go through the speakers list? Do we want to?
I don't need to discuss it. I'm not.
Sorry.
I bow to your greater wisdom.
Yep. I could go either way.
Rhonda wants to speak.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
If we're gonna do this, probably like April 29th or 30th, I'm gonna have to work with the schools, so I'd rather not include a date in the motion, to let administration find a date, but I need to know if you're all available on the 29th or 30th, if that would possibly work, so that we can start working right away to get some of
Should we
this.
decide on the motion first?
I think, yeah,
Oh, you just don't want to include the date.
yeah, I just, I don't, in the motion, I don't want to include the date.
Okay, Um,
I'm not, that's okay. So
I'm my only thoughts are, if we start the process and it starts to feel rushed, I don't want us to rush through it. So in April's, how do you, I know I'm talking to the motion, so I'm trying to talk to the motion. If come April, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like we cannot get this done. I think we have to be prepared for that meeting. Is that safe to say, or?
I think the group of the trustees will definitely recognize that, and
Yeah.
we'll be able to back off whenever we want to. I mean, obviously, if we book a group for June,
Yeah.
we may have to unbook them, but hopefully it won't get there, but
Like, I think it's doable, but I do have a few, like, there's a lot happening, but there's always a lot happening. And come fall, there could be a lot happening,
Yeah.
right? So as much as part of me wants to say, let's not rush it, there were good times. Is that fair to say?
I just personally would like to, I would like to tour the schools before we engage, but I know people do that.
Yeah.
Cause
And we could,
Could you
we
attempt
could
just
try
the
and
Peace
get
River
the Peace
tours
River
before
ones.
this?
Yeah, we could prioritize,
You've never seen, yeah.
Madam Chair, we could definitely get a,
Yeah.
we could definitely, Madam Chair, arrange the first set of tours to be Peace River schools.
Yeah.
And we did say April, May, as, spring arrives and it's less challenging for travel and so on, more daylight. So we'll, after today's meeting, we'll turn our attention to getting some dates in place so that at the very least, the Peace River, Napa schools could be toured.
and I would just be happy, David.
Peace River map, like to do, yeah, because not including travel.
just like to ask, you know something that I don't know, at least it's spring is coming.
Yeah. We're all just eternally hopeful.
Yes. Okay, I'll stop talking. Does anyone else have anything before we vote? Any? No, everyone's good to vote? Okay, all in favor of approving this?
Aye.
Okay, the executive summary engagement activities. Okay. And one was aye, so we are 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will, not shop the,
Okay, so are we looking at that date right now, or do you want to do that?
We can do that in calendar if we want to go for lunch right now.
Okay, Wanda, you will join back for in camera. Let's.
Yep.
oh, one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, let's do 1 o'clock, so.
Yep,
Chris
I'll be
said
there.
this morning, so. Okay, awesome, thank you.
Okay, see you in a while.
1:48. We'll start back up in our regular agenda. 5.5, review of the division's foundational statements. I don't know, since my name is on it. There's the attachment there that Jeff and Kristen put together about possible update to our vision statement. Did everyone have a chance to look at it? I know we had an initial conversation, but it was something we definitely wanted to look into. I love that you guys did this because I was like, where do you even begin? How do you even begin? I think seeing some other examples from other divisions was really helpful. What's everyone thinking?
Madam Chair, just to say that this is probably more related to policy 1. We have policy 2 in the agenda, but it's the vision is policy 1.
Oh, okay.
And Kristen and I certainly had some conversations around that. Then she put this work together, submitted it to me. I'll just make a couple of overarching statements and in the hope that it will be helpful for you. So in the document, you'll see that there's some commentary about what a vision statement should be. You know, it's a forward-looking a statement about ideally where the organization would like to be with regard to the services rendered. It should be a very simple statement, not very long, something that every employee in the organization could repeat. And so Kristen has given some examples here from some school jurisdictions, and these examples aren't necessarily like the best ones. What she did was pick out examples and said, hey, here's what's good about this one. And you know, this other one has got, it's got the emotional attachment and so on to try to give you a flavor for the kinds of considerations that you bring to the table. And then in the document, it proposes, a way, some things to consider with regard to if the board decided you wanted to redevelop our statement, because our statement is, it's sort of abrasive and adversarial. It's like, we're going to be the first choice. And it's like, it's got that competitive notion to it. And while we want to be competitive and we do want to be first choice, your outward facing documentation, including your vision, we want it to strike the balance of being, we're collaborative, we tap into the collective synergy within communities and working with families and so on. And in section 4 of that document, what's been presented are 4 options. And a couple of those are a little longer than what ideally we would like. We didn't intend to put these out to say, hey, here are 4 perfectly developed ones that we think we should adopt one of these. We just threw some things out there. So if I could take another minute or so, Madam Chair, look at page 7 there on your document, the first statement. And the vision part would state so the Peace River School Division could be the lead in every one of these. So what's our vision? Well, we're an organization where every student belongs, achieves, and is inspired to learn for life. Okay, so you say, that could easily be remembered. If I rehearse that a few times, it would flow off the tongue. But perhaps you didn't like the learn for life piece, but down below you saw another piece, and you'd say, if we took the first part of number 1 and blended it with the piece in number 3, we could come up with a statement. In number 3, together with families and communities, that rings a bell, right? It resonates. The Peace River School Division aspires, or if you wanted to shorten it, you just simply say, what is the vision? One whereby the organization inspires every student to achieve excellence, feel a sense of belonging, become lifelong learners. So again, the examples, the options we gave you here weren't intended to be really fantastic options, and either one of them would go. More around giving you a flavor for it. And if the board feels that this is something you want to do, that indeed you'd like to shift our vision statement, then what happens here is that becomes a bit of a legacy piece for you, in that it now becomes the vision that gets put out our education plan, and it's on our web page and all of it. And if you look behind you on the wall here, our mission: learning together, success for all. Everybody in the organization knows that. So we could have a vision that aligns with the guiding principles over here on the wall to in front of us. And the motto, pride, the Peace River's PRSD, the motto there, all of that. And if you don't like the ones that are here, you could end up putting a little thing into Chat GTP or into an LM notebook and come up with Rhonda has just done that as we've spoken here, and Kristen probably did some of this as well. So this can be relatively easy now today. One was empowering every student to shine through a collaborative community of learning, integrity, and excellence, cultivating a dynamic environment where, and so on. And there's a list of them here that you could use. And I'll just say one other thing. Years ago, you might have heard of a guy, Rick DeFore. He was the forefather of professional learning communities. He was a very, 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 very high profile educator throughout the world. And he did a session with a group of about 600 educators one time, and he said, let's talk about mission and vision. And so many organizations go on a retreat and spend 2 days to develop a vision and mission statement. So these are very important statements. He said, but hey, and he said, turn to your partner for a moment and have a chat. And then he said, now, I think it was the overeat acetates at the time. So this is way back in the early 2000s. And he put up a thing up, and he said, the blank, and he said, fill in your school or your division. And he put it up there, and he said, hey, is there anybody here who doesn't agree that this is a good vision and mission for school divisions K to 12? And nobody did. And he said, okay, that's all the time you need to spend on vision and mission. Very important, but the time needs to be spent on the hard work of helping move the organization in the way forward. So I'll just say this, the document before you is a really good document, I believe. It identifies the importance of a vision and why it's a good piece of work that we believe that the board could do. It gives you some criteria that we use, and we certainly will turn to you. And if that's something you want to do, we'll support you in whatever way we can.
No, that's just about it. Like, it really is about taking, if you look on page 3 or 4 of our AAR, there's like all these pieces of things we have, but we never had anything that very succinctly described what learning together success for all means. And that's what I'm seeing as what the vision is. It's, we can tell people learning together success for all, and then you have an additional sentence that says exactly what that means, right? Like, what will it mean that we're learning together, and what will it mean that we have success for all?
I have trouble with that word.
This is that. That was basically the one I struck. Yeah,
I'm trying to say it just a few days ago. I was like, oh my God, I know how to say it in my head.
right. It's here, but not coming out.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit more specific about it. I mean, specific.
Yeah, specific, yeah.
I feel like I can say every word. I have a, if this is something we really want to, look at, which I got the impression we do, but we can, I was pondering, and I asked, Jeff and Rhonda on our budget day on the 7th, if we could, just to break up budget day a little bit, because it gets a little heavy. If we took kind of a chunk of time there, like, I don't know, 45 minutes, and kind of just really looked at some of these suggestions and maybe took some of the good, what we like, what we don't, narrow it down, that kind of thing, to maybe then give it back to you. I'm not sure, or maybe we'll come up with something. That was my thought process, but I'm open to.
And if you decided to do that, Madam Chair, and you came up with a couple of alternatives, 2 or 3, then you say if there's a detailed PCNA around, if you want to consult and you wanted to share that with administrators, we could talk about how that could be done. We could take it and share it on your behalf, or we can, if you have other plans that you want to do, we could arrange for our school administrators to have a look at it and offer up feedback and say, yeah, you know what, this is a really smart, slick vision statement. We'd like, the top 2, you can put 3 or 4 there, and then it comes back to your table, and then you make a final decision. And you could do that in the probably in the May meeting at the latest, right?
Yeah, because if you meet on April 7th, the April admin meeting is the next week, so then
Yeah.
you could
Feed it in there.
approve your options at the April meeting, and we would present them to the May admin,
Yeah.
and then May board meeting.
So you could, and then the other reason for the timeliness of this, I think was mentioned already, we're developing a new website. And on that website, the vision is going to be splashed up center. So when you look at our existing vision, it's not something that we feel is the best, that is most suited to our organization and what we're about. So having that new vision splashed on that website, it's a really timely thing to do if that's what you choose to do.
I know which one I like, but.
And you could create your own as well, right? We just
Yeah,
offer these up as suggestions.
I think you've given some really good
Yeah.
suggestions here.
Like there's some
Very well suited.
there's some I like, but then it's like, oh, I don't like that word, but maybe, yeah,
Oh, yeah,
like,
that's just part of the process.
or there's too many words, or there, yeah.
I think that, I think we need to change the vision statement because it sucks, right? It does not, I mean, Tom Thompson, remember Tom from my predecessors, the older dude, and
Oh, yes.
Oh,
he
yeah.
says if your vision statement is more than 10 words long, you've lost it, right? Everybody in the organization should be able to remember it. And I've been on those retreats a couple of times where we spent 2 days coming up with a vision statement and a mission statement. And I'm not sure, but I think I was here when these ones, I think these were done in 2009. Right? Because we had, I don't know where we were, but we were all together, a whole bunch of us in a room and for a
I
day.
know for a while we were in Fairview.
Yeah, then maybe that's where it was. Anyways, I think we should do it, and I really like the vision to kick off the mission statement and support it, just like you said. Learning together, okay, what does that sound like in a mission statement? Success for all, what does that sound like? And just find half a dozen words, walk away from it.
Yeah.
And I think doing, taking a break from the budget, discussions won't hurt my feelings for 45 minutes to an hour, that's for sure.
I will take that first.
So, yeah, so I guess if you guys figure out when we can work into our April 7th.
Yeah.
You don't need to move.
And I think if we get some good progress, you come up with a couple of options that you really like, but you're willing to take either one, but you just want to see what the people in the system,
And I'll send out an email to
yeah.
the 3 or 2. Well, I'm missing 2. Feels like we're missing. I guess because one is not sitting here. Just letting them know what our plan is to really, so they can really review this and get ready for that on the 7th as well. Okay, awesome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You. Sorry. I'm going around. Planning engagement, with administrators. Janet, your name's all over that.
I see that.
I guess that came from our planning day where we talked about how can we get that connection again. So to put it on this agenda and try to figure out what that looks like. Does that look like us all coming to part of an admin day? We used to rotate as trustees going to admin meetings, which I don't think is the best course of action. So I guess what's everyone thinking on that?
What's been done in the past?
We went in on the meeting days
And that, because that's part of our policy.
that we do something different.
I don't know, could we go in with guiding questions? Like leading questions that administrators have for us and that we go back with that. Once a year, twice a year, maybe we could do it for an hour during their meetings. I think that's something we just need to really think about. We don't have to make a decision today, but something to think about is if we're not going to do what it says in our policy that we are doing, which is observing, having one or two of us observing at administration meetings, we're not going to do that. And that's another way that we can and should engage with our administrators. That's appropriate.
Yeah.
And you said before you've had days where the administrators have come in and you guys have had
We had
meetings?
one day, was it before midnight meeting? I don't remember that process.
It was a morning, Madam Chair, it was a morning meeting. We turned it into a full day, but the morning was with the board.
Yeah.
And it was really around getting ready for this current education plan and whether or not it was going to be a 3-year, 4-year, or 5-year. And whether or not the priorities that have been identified still remain the priorities. And there was some, 3 people here were in attendance at that. And so after the morning session, we had done some other work as well. And then this was the second piece of work. And that went back to the next board meeting and the board decided that it was going to go with a 5-year plan based on the feedback from principals.
And that's what that was. So I guess that is my question. It says in our policy, that's what we should be doing. Is there another way to do it in a way that is appropriate? And I think Paul suggested that maybe just at student council meetings with informal touching basis. I don't know. I'm just asking the questions in our policy. Should we be doing it? Is there another way to do it?
Wanda?
You cut out a bit. Did you just say me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sort of along the same lines as Janet. I wonder, is that the right way to go about connecting with, because they're not our employees, and yet we want to have their feedback, I guess, because we are running the schools. And so I was thinking about the big things that every school experiences that we have ownership of, is like transportation. Like, is there something that is an interaction between us to do with transportation? But yeah, I just don't know about the right way to connect with administrators, because they're not our employees.
Yeah. That's it, yeah.
Um,
I could add from an engagement, I've done a lot of work on like focusing on what engagement is, and it's the why, and it's what you guys are hinting at, like, is there a reason why? So today we have talked about 2 reasons why you could engage with administrators. One, the vision statement. So instead of Jeff and I bringing that to the admin, possibly you, Lacey, and David are bringing it to the admin and having that conversation with them in person, and then you're engaging them on the vision statement. The other example is the engagement activities we'll be doing in Peace River. You'll be engaging with the staff and the principals then on a specific topic. What is their vision for education in Peace River? And you're hearing from them. And so engagement needs to be more along the lines of engaging because there is a reason to, and less because we have to. Because it's when you're engaging just because a policy tells you to, that it ends up being a little bit meaningless.
So, Madam Chair, I was going to, Wanda, just to pick up on your comment there, just to, you have those, moments in time when you say, oh, gee, this is a very teachable moment. I'm going to use this one. So you said, you sort of agree, and because after all, we have to, manage the schools. And I would say, actually, you have to govern the system, and we manage the schools on your behalf through that governance. Just a little piece right here. Your overarching piece is governing the system, and you have a staff hired. Well, you have one person hired, your superintendent, who then is responsible for managing it, all schools within that system, making sure that, one of your pieces is to ensure that your superintendent is operating within legislative requirements, that our student transportation department is above board and meeting all of the requirements, so that there's not going to be a lawsuit. We can never prevent a lawsuit, but we're in good positioning there, and so on and so forth. And so there's another one, and I'll just throw one other thing in there. We forgot to mention it earlier, but this might be a good time to do it. We just recently did a very comprehensive survey of our students. And I was going to find that document now. I'll give it back to Kristen in a moment. We did a very comprehensive survey around literacy, numeracy, around the 3 goals. And it's a 45-page document. And this time around, we have some value-added pieces because we had open-ended comments for students to make. Now, open-ended questions, for students to make comments. Always a bit risky because they could say, hey, you need to get rid of Mr. Flintstone. He's too outdated, right? But we tweaked out that stuff. But interestingly, a number of pieces of the feedback that came out had some very significant governance pieces related to it. So I was thinking earlier that, one thing that we could do with this, because we do this every year, one thing we could do, the board said, hey, when you're doing the survey next year, can you put this question or that question on for us and get answers to that? Or actually, we can share with you the governance aspects of this report, and then the board could decide, for example, gee, this is interesting, we need further information. And you could then arrange, if you chose to meet with students. And how you do that, the form that you arrange is, wide ranging. So one approach might be to now reach out to schools and say, hey, we're doing we want to do a virtual session with a couple of representatives from each school, and we'd like to have a supervisor in the room with them so that they're going to engage. And what we want to talk to them about are these 5 things that students, the 2,600 students who responded, many of them said this. Now you're digging into these pieces, and in actual fact, a number of pieces of the feedback here speak to your advocacy. So it comes back to For me, so you know, I'm not saying that the trustees should meet with the principals. What I would say to all of you is that you want to make sure, and it comes back to Christmas piece, you know what it is you're meeting with them about. And if there's some governance related pieces, like the two you just referenced, or if you want to engage in conversations with them about how do you see us engaging with students in a way that would help us govern better, those are good pieces to have a conversation with principals around. And so in the past, Alita could share with everybody in the room what that looked like as a former principal, and whether or not it was useful or not. And so what we're trying to do is help this board get to a place whereby how you engage with principals is going to help you in your mandate to effectively govern the system or better govern it.
Can we, and it's coming back to what Paul said in our plan day, I think, where he said, can't remember how he worded it, but then he said, well, could we just get superintendent to bring a report back? Like, is that not what we should do on principal? I guess what are the thoughts on at your next admin meeting, saying to your principals, this is what the trustees are thinking, or trustees don't know how they want to engage with you, if they should engage with you, if there's benefits both ways, because you don't want it to just be one-sided, and see what they have to say about it from their point of view. I don't know.
Look, absolutely. So this board, as I tried to articulate at our planning day, you have significant power and authority over what it is you want your staff to do, your superintendent to do. And so if you have the matter that was brought to the table now by Lacey in relation to this comment, if that's what you decided to latch on, you'd put a motion forward and you give me direction to go and do exactly that. I would do that, and then I would bring them back, and then you'd have some information about what you want to do next. And that can apply not only to governance related things. If you want something that's that's deep into operations, the way forward on that is to have the conversation, share why it's important for you to have that information to help you be better governors. Then you give me direction. I go and seek the information, and I bring a report back to you. And you look at it that way. And that's the way, like in an ideal world, the governance versus operations world works together. And but in the olden days, or actually not so olden days, they said 9 years ago when I first arrived there, trustees would sit in on principals meetings. They come in at varying times. Some would show up right at the beginning. Some would show up just before lunch. They come in and they sit at the back and they chat around, chat a bit, and then lunchtime would come. They'd interact with people, then they'd leave. Almost nobody left. Nobody stayed for the full day. From a governance perspective, there was almost nothing of value in that other than being there and being present. And it does shift because the principals meetings are twofold, as I mentioned. They're management level meetings. It's my meetings with my team, my management team there and them. So we go to that meeting and Rhonda will speak to principals about what they need to be doing around budgets. And she's saying, hey, you know what? Too many of you are doing this. We need you to be doing that. Alita saying, look, we're not giving enough instructional leadership and we need to be doing whatever. Shane is saying something. So that's the nature of those conversations. So it would be actually not wise for the board to actually be in those meetings because it would change the focus of those meetings and the exchange back and forth. The second part of those administrator meetings is actually the Administrators Association. It's their meeting and we set in on it as, I'll say, sort of invited guests, and they have conversations back and forth. And the reason we're there is they say, well, what can this be done? And Rhonda will weigh in and say, well, no, from an insurance perspective, that can't be done. What about this about busing? No, we can't do that, or whatever. So it's a twofold meeting. However, if the board feels that it wants to meet with the principals a couple of times a year, because that's the main, either the only avenue they see at getting, to getting some information they want, or if it's for no other reason than to, quote unquote, get to know principals a bit better and help principals understand who you are, that could certainly be arranged. But what I would say is that we arrange that in one of two ways. It would be a separate meeting, and it would be really good if it was around 3 or 4 things that you want to get input from them on. So you're having a meeting and saying, hey, what about this vision? We're planning to do this. Is that a good idea or a bad idea? Do you like what we're proposing? We like these two. That would be a very legitimate thing to do. And there might be a series of other things. The most natural one is your education plan. When it's up for renewal, or you can decide that once a year, you're going to meet you'd like to have an hour session with principals to talk about, well, how about the plan? Do you think the priorities are the priorities? So there's several ways that you could arrange for those meetings.
I actually quite like that around the education plan to meet once a year. You say that we tweak that once a year. I think that would be a really good idea to do it around that.
Yeah. And you'd have to, you want to focus it, certainly David would have experience as an employee and as I did, a former way that we worked that through, but I would not recommend going there. And that's not intended to discredit my fellow team members from the past, but to say that we went through, it was a fairly expensive day. It was the day before the White Peach Conference. We came together, we did a whole pile of work. It got put on somebody's desk, and next year we were back having the same conversation about why this statement doesn't work. And I don't know, it might have gotten removed after 3 attempts. And so weren't seeing the gains from that. So I think there's a way, Madam Chair, for this to unfold, be helpful. But I think coming back to Kristen's point around the why, and why is it that you want to meet? And I think one of the trustees said at one point, in what he said, report that if principals have issues that they need dealt with, the pathway forward is not through the trustees, it's through to us. And there's a reason why. I'll be like straight up about it. If you have principals coming to you complaining about how things are unfolding, guess what? That principal has just got himself way offside, right?
Yeah.
Way offside, because when a principal is having difficulty with something that's going down, let's say Rhonda made a decision about something, and the principal was not happy about it, then we have a process in place where we say, hey, you need to have a conversation with Rhonda. It shouldn't even come to me first. That would be misstep. So you have the conversation with Rhonda. If you can't get it resolved, then you say to Rhonda, the principal says, well, I want to meet with Jeff. Then that principal meets with Rhonda, myself, and it operates that way. So you see, that's why I believe you have to be careful
Yes.
about what the meeting is about. It's the why.
And I don't want to have fingers into anything deeply, but I do think we should have our noses in, and we should be kind of have a general idea of culture and how people are feeling. And I think morale has never been lower in education for a variety of reasons, because of the strike, because of COVID, because of all the struggles that people are facing. And I think working together as a larger team, we can find ways to improve those general cultures and morale kind of issues. So I'm thinking noses in no way fingers in no way do I.
So if I could just say one other thing, I'm going to apologize there. So what you just said then,
Yeah,
that's a really important piece.
was that operations?
No, so what I would say is that if that's for that, if you had some sense that was the case, and it is the case, the appropriate governance piece would be to have the conversation at the board table, and then through that conversation, collectively, the will of the board is to give me direction to say, hey, we need you to go and meet with your principals to have this conversation about this matter, and we'd like to hear what they have to say. We need a report from you on that, versus you as the trustees interfacing with principals on that. See the distinction between the two?
I absolutely do. And I just get the feeling that, just in the short time I've been here, is that we used to engage with students, we used to engage with administration, and now we don't engage with anybody. And it's in our policy, so I'm just saying, do we change the policy then?
Yeah.
But
So-
is it just because we're not in the room doesn't mean we're not engaging.
Yeah, I think.
We're
that's
just
a difference in how
we're
you look at
taking
it.
ourselves out of it because we're not supposed to be the ones.
Right,
We're
okay,
just
that's
getting
fine.
him to do,
So I think it's how it's to be
I
done.
think
You're
it's a
right.
mindset more than.
It's something Jeff said earlier and was echoed in some of my training that the facilitator who was running my most recent training said to me, because someone asked a question about having leadership in the room during engagement. And she said, if I have to have leadership in the room, I have them in there for 10, 15 minutes at the beginning to give the overview of why we're engaging, the background history. She goes, and then I boot them out. She goes, because having that leadership in the room sometimes changes how people respond and what information they give. Now, I know that's not completely reasonable for us. We're going to have leadership in the room, but that's also why we're trying to shift a little bit how we do the engagement. so that it's not 25 selected students sitting in front of you guys. That's already a biased selection. Many of the students I found were actually children of our staff members. So they're primed already. They're not coming from a student perspective solely. There's just too many opportunities to not get a real honest response when you're limiting it that way.
And with regard to the misalignment of governance practice policy, once you settle on what it is you want to do, because I'm not here to tell you what you do. That's your role. I'm just giving you guidance as to where I think the governance piece separates from the operations piece, and how the mechanism that you can use to get the information you need that oftentimes is operational in nature. Once you settle on where you go and you go back and look at your policy and it's misaligned, then every year the board reviews its policies, or throughout the year you go back and adjust your policy to align with the reality.
Okay.
So already there could be tweaks in your policy, because I think one says that the board will have a forum for engaging students. Well, that forum could be to say to the administrator, your superintendent, we need you to engage in a survey, engage students in response to what we just did. And so the forum that has been established is you've delegated that through to your superintendent, and the superintendent is required to bring the report back to the board. So it's just another way of doing it, right?
I don't think it's a decision we have to make today. I think it's something that can percolate. We can explore when we're at our different conferences. What's your board doing? How are you guys handling this? I mean, it's nothing that needs to be decided right now. It's not an urgent issue, just something we keep track of.
So I can.
Oh, sorry, Wanda, did you have your hand up from before? Is that an old hand up, or is that a new hand?
It's an old hand up in more ways than one.
I thought so, but I thought I better double check. Sorry, go ahead, Alina.
That's okay. I was just gonna say, I can give you an example. So when I was a principal and I knew certain things were going on in the school and I wanted answers, but I knew if I went in and talked to the kids, I'd get much different feedback than if I had a objective outsider come in. So we crafted the questions that we wanted, or the content we wanted. And then I called, it wasn't Kristen at the time, but I called the communications officer and said, hey, I'm just going to get a bunch of kids in a room. We're going to do this in 3 or 4 or 5 different, depending, because I'm just going to open it up and say, whoever wants to do this, you're allowed to be in this room. And we'll do it in chunks. And the communications person came and they spent a day in my school, and they had different groups of kids, different age groups as well, because we kept them to their ages so that they weren't afraid to speak in a room. And then the communications officer gave me all this content, and I said, this is lovely. Now I can go and figure out what we need to figure out, right? But I wasn't in the room, and I didn't want my teachers in the room, because I wanted the kids to feel like they could say whatever they needed to say. And not get in trouble, or not be criticized because they criticized a teacher, or whatever the case may be. So, or something that we were doing. So, and that was a really good way for me to get the information. I don't know if the communications person felt that it was a good way to get, so this gave her time, but it was very valuable for me.
So, and then we get to engage with the administrators.
But I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
As the leader in the building, I didn't do that piece, because again, you want the objective feedback.
And that's similar to like what we did with our annual survey here. We changed it up this year to ask more value-added questions. So that's why this report is so big compared to what normally it is. So we got a lot more information out of it. And so this is something that next year when we come and do it, you guys could ask Jeff to, if you have a specific thing that you want to know from students or whatever else that we could add in there.
My only thing.
Will we have access to that report?
If you would like it.
I see no reason when we can, I think we have an executive summary piece there that, so we can get that report to you, absolutely.
So my only thing would be is if we survey kids or we survey administrators and you ask for their opinion, there better be something in there that you can actually put on the table and give them back. And then, so they say, oh, they do listen to us, because otherwise they won't want to participate. And they won't tell you anything anyway, because you're not going to do anything with it. So I think that it's really important that we have things in there that we know we're going to be able to act on to move forward.
Yeah, which is what we changed for this year's survey. We aligned it better with curriculum,
Yeah,
and asked
it's a lot
specific
better.
questions so that our coordinators could look at that and say, oh, this is an area that we might need to focus on for interventions, or this is an area we might need to focus on for this. And so then we could make changes going forward.
And change doesn't happen overnight. Yeah,
No.
it's like you said, it takes 2 or 3
Yeah.
good cracks at it before people are ready to hear. You have to say,
Sure.
but anyway, no, do you think we have to make any immediate decisions?
I don't think we have to make any decisions, no. I would still like to hear what the administrators think, so. What their input would be. I don't know if anyone else cares, not cares about that, but is there any interest in asking
Would they like to engage? with the board?
Jeff to ask, I'm not saying like an hour of your time, like 10 minutes of being like, this is where we're at, we've done this, we did this. How do they see it working where it could be meaningful?
And Madam Chair, if that's what the board wants.
But if no one else thinks that.
The
it's
board
fine.
wants me to engage in that conversation with principals. I'd be very happy to do that, to say, hey, the board is interested in, finding out if there's ways and means that through their important governance work, they can be focused on things that would be more helpful for you at the ground level.
And can we remove earlier barriers that that are
Yeah.
hindering you? Yeah.
Are you interested in what are the kinds of things you'd be interested in engaging with them on that? And I could bring back something to the board and you'll have that information.
And would they rather see us face to face in this room together, or would they rather
Right.
you just present what they want to, what they
Right, we'll have that entire conversation, and if they said, yeah, you know what, we'd love to have an hour session with the board, then the why piece kicks in. And it would be a visionary statement now, but there will always be something, right, that you talk about. It might be, our challenges with delivering of the virtual education programming, and from a governor's perspective, there are the kinds of things we're doing.
Yeah.
So, and that we could then, it could be arranged whereby on one of our administrator days, we could have an hour dedicated to the trustees joining, and if it's a face-to-face meeting, the trustees come in and they do their hour to peel off with the rest of our meeting, or if it's a virtual meeting, everybody joins in, and the first part of it is for trustees to hear, to have a conversation with principals. We can do whatever it works. Absolutely. So if you want to put a motion to the table and give me that piece, I'll do that for you.
Like to,
I might be the-
I would like to engage face to face in the same room with our administrators, our principals, like we did a day a couple of years ago. I thought it was really good. Got to sit there and got to know them. I mean, I know most of them already anyways, but it'd be good for the rest of the trustees. And there's all kinds of reasons why. There's all kinds of reasons that we come up to do that. I don't think we need to do it today, but we should plan that we're going to spend half a day with our administrators, and then we let them know why we're done. And these are the things that we want to talk about over there. I mean, it may not be the vision statement because that may be somebody already passed on to them, but it should be like almost an annual thing where we go and we bring stuff there. This is why we're here, and it's basically sitting elbow to elbow and going through some stuff. Get to know people. It might be that coffee table design like we had before, where one trustee went to this table and then you kind of went around and each table talked about something different. I think it's just good that not only do the administrators know the trustees, but the trustees get to know the administrator. Just to know them, just to put a face to a name.
Yeah, you're right. I've been here 7 years. So, anyway, the first time I met Jonathan Pittman, it's just 3 months ago.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's something if we just wanted to put it in the future, and then as we're planning, we say, that would be something really good to put on that administrator day down the road. We'll talk about. That's something that we may want to get some feedback. And then just plan it for this time next year.
Well, and that's the thing, if we're gonna plan it, like, if you guys are making your meetings and making plans well in advance.
Yeah, we're doing
So
that
it's not
now,
like all of a
actually.
sudden we can say we want half a day.
We don't want to take too much of their time.
That's what I mean.
Maybe we
That's
could-
where that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and maybe we could give Jeff a few choices to present to his administrators. Would you rather do this? Would this work for you, or would that work for you? And I guess the intention is just so that we know how our governance decisions affect them.
Yeah.
At the ground level, and is there anything we can do from a governance perspective to help?
And we could, Madam Chair, if that's the direction you want us to go, and we could ask principals to say, hey, if the board was going to arrange something to engage in with you, like a process whereby they engage in with you once a year, let's say, just so I can say, try this out. What would be the best time for that? Would you like to have that during an hour during the first 3 days of the year in August, or would you like to have it during our second face-to-face meeting during the year, or first, or in a spring meeting, or whatever, and just get their feedback on that? And would you prefer virtual or in person? And I'd say most of them would say in person, right? And we can get that feedback from them as well, and then you'll have a more informed, data-rich process to discuss.
And maybe they have some ideas of how they would like to, or they just don't want to see us or hear from us.
Yeah, exactly. If they don't, 100%, if they are comfortable, they have you and we have you. And if they could care less if they see us and don't think that would bring any value, I am 100%.
I don't want to be selfish, but I care. Because it's not always about them, it's about me too, right?
Yeah.
So and at the end of the day, I think if we looked at the education plan, not what you list this year, because it's coming up right away, we can plan something around that, even if it's a special day.
So do they look at their education plans once a year as well?
Well, they should be looking at their education plan regularly, but there's 2 formal times when they're required to. They do their, just like the board does, have to submit an AERR, annual education results report. They have to complete that, share it with their school council, and then get uploaded by the end of November, just like the board does. And then in the spring, like now, coming into May month, they'll have to go back and re-examine their education plan, look at the successes they've had, the challenges they've had, the adjustments they need to make during the year on some of the strategies, and then tweak what they need to tweak so that it's now reflective of the shift that they might have made, or they might not have made any shift, and then that has to be uploaded by the end of May. So they follow suit like we do. So we do that on behalf of the board for your plan, and each school does it for their plan.
And the intent of the plan is to be responsive and flexible?
So the plan itself is I guess a roadmap on the kinds of strategies and approaches that the schools are going to initiate to address the goals. So they look at their student achievement results over time and say, for example, Div 1 students are not doing very well from a literacy or numeracy perspective. So they put a blitz on putting strategies and approaches in place to improve student achievement in those 2 areas. So the plan is a work plan on identifying the priorities that you're going to engage in throughout the year to get gains in those areas.
So it's a dynamic document, right?
Yeah, well, I think the document itself would be relatively static, as a document, but as the year unfolds, a school tries a particular strategy or a set of strategies and it didn't quite work the way they wanted. So midstream, they're pivoting to identify other strategies. And what we've always said to schools is that you should have your education plan and make notes on that. So if you pivoted partway through the year, you make notes on your printed plan or electronically, so that when May comes and you have to update it, it's a relatively easy thing to do because you made the notes in November about the adjustments you made and so on. Now, is that happening with fidelity in every school to the extent that we would want? I would say probably not. No, it's not. And some schools, let me put it another way. I think some schools do a better job at that than other schools, but all schools are required to take that plan and make sure that it's a lived document.
I'm putting a motion on the floor because it's 2:34. That I would direct administration to bring back feedback from the next meeting on what they would be interested in, how and when and what they would like to collaborate for in some way, shape, or form.
So if I could just, so basically what you're saying, you want feedback from them as to the kinds of ideas that they feel would be really valuable to connect with the board on from a governance related perspective.
Yeah. Knowing that's might not be what we do, but we would like to do.
So with that motion, if it passes, for example, and I went forward, they might come back and say, we really need the board to step up their advocacy for mental wellness. Because here's what the reality is in our schools. That would be just one example. Yeah, okay. So then the motion.
Anyone have any questions or comments on the motion? Okay, all in favor? We're five. Okay, thank you. Transportation industry advancement grant.
Okay, Madam Chair, this will be very quick, just an information piece. You will see in your package here that there's a briefing note to the board here from me, but note that the originators are from Rhonda and Carolyn. They put this together on my behalf. And you've probably noticed by now as well that we're changing up some things on the agenda a little bit, that most of the items are under my name. And I'm only doing that just from a strategic perspective that, you know, the relationship at the board table is that I'm your only employee. And so it's formalizing it a bit. That's to tighten until it can become loose. And oftentimes, though, I will turn to the members of the team who can better speak to that and go from there. So this is an example of that. But I just wanted to share this to say, we were successful through an application process led by Rhonda, but carried out by Carolyn as well and others, members of the team. We received nearly $1 million. We talked about this before, to help advance training, recruitment, retention of Class 1, Class 3 drivers. Therefore, the hope would be that we might, you know, be able to also help train bus drivers who need some extra training, keep that piece afloat. But this all came from a drive to make sure that our North Peace Driving Academy could remain solvent, if you will, and remain, you know, afloat into the future. And there was a previous motion put to the table by the board around this in November to say that the chair was going to write a letter to lobby for the money that we were scheduled to get that we hadn't received. And then, of course, we did get that money. And in December, we said, let's suspend that motion. So we'll probably cycle back to that motion at some point. Right? So one of the reasons that motion was tabled was, one, we received the money for our square footage for the classroom space here. That was 2 years in the making. Plus, we had gotten word that we were going to be very likely recipients of this grant, which is a grant that can be applied for every 2 years. So through this grant now, we will get simulators, one that's you know, portable, and that simulator can be taken to schools. And just for those of you who are at Rural Caucus, Alberta Rural Education Symposium, the micro credentialing that was talked about, well, that's what this is all about. The mobile driving simulator can be taken to Worsley or to Mariners Creek or to Manning and be there for a week, and students will go out and spend a certain amount of hours on that, and then they'll get a micro credential. And then over the course of the year, they might get 5 credits out of that. Then combined with the president of the Northern Lakes College, they have a welding simulator that they could tag along. And so you'd have the driving simulator and the welding. So you now are expanding that piece out. So so this piece is sharing that information. And you will note at the very bottom of it, we had a conversation in camera in December, I believe it was, where we talked about that we were applying for a collegiate school attached to the bus depot here. And again, that was under the recommendation of Alberta education officials to say, hey, in order for this driving school to, have a better chance of being successful long-term, you need to tap into other resources that are, other funding streams that are available through Alberta Education now, or the Alberta government, because the other one was with the Transportation Department. And so we have an application on the table for $3.5 million. And the decision will be made on that in May.
Middle of May.
And we're getting some early indicators that we're going to be awarded that grant.
Oh, my goodness.
And
Good for you guys.
if we get that grant, what that does is we end up setting up a collegiate school in our bus depot. And we are able to pivot then, and we can, there's all kinds of details on this that I don't know really, but we can at this point, but we can actually pivot that money with the $958,000 transportation grant that we just got, and then really move forward in a much more strategic way. Now, with that comes a tremendous amount of work. And some of the money in these proposals is to hire staff. And so you all know that when staff get hired at divisional office, people raise eyebrows, say, what the heck is going on? What do they do? No, they seem to be building an empire there. And it makes sense. I'm a classroom teacher, and we get staff reduced, and all of a sudden there's more staff at the division level. That's a legitimate question to raise. So we will certainly go on the offensive, be proactive, I should say, in communicating out that, yes, we're going to need to hire 3 or 4 more people with these grants to sustain them. So many school jurisdictions have people hired, not only people like the Wolf Creek School Division, they have a full team of people that are dedicated to dual credit programming in the collegiate schools, a full team of 4, 5, or 6 people. They're a bigger division than we are. But we will have to set up shop here, probably in this area where the simulators would be, and we will have staff people that will be responsible for dual credit programming, collegiate school programming, green certificate programming, off-campus programming in general, work experience, and make sure that the paperwork is done. And they would be working in a student's services, and would be looking for a high school trained teacher probably, if this grant comes through. So if that does happen, then obviously we'll bring you up to speed a little further. So the bottom line is that we moved forward with the driving school application. We received it, and now we received nearly $1 million for this transportation grant, and we are nearing the final stages of the $3.5 million application for a collegiate school here at the bus depot. And with those streams of money, it will position us to better utilize the driving school and position us for longer term sustainability of that. Because the other thing is that we have our driving school trainers. I mean, they're not going to be around forever. Let me just put it that way. So if we have somebody that's going to retire in a year or two, this program that we have in place now will set us up strategically to be able to pivot and do some succession plan.
How old do kids have to be to go to the driving school?
To do their class 1 license, they have to be 18. They can start at 6, where you can get it when you're younger, but we're allowing 16-year-old students to come in to do their air brakes. And they'll be able to do work on the simulators so that when they turn 18 and are eligible to do the actual MELT program for class 1 driving, they're not brand new, and they've worked on shifting, they've worked on driving big trucks all over in the simulators under all different kinds of conditions. Because right now, when we have people come in both from industry and students, a lot of times they've never stepped foot in a truck before. And that's not always the best scenario. They pass their written test, they learn how to do the pre-trip and everything, and then we're all good to go. Let's turn it on and drive down the road, because that wouldn't be good if I did that. I'm just saying right now. So it's just a way, these plans that we have are a way to give exposure to what the industry is, and to really help kids be prepared so that when they do get their license, they're ready to go, and because people have jobs for them. So I think it's an excellent opportunity.
Are most of the drivers that are coming in to be trained from the northern region here, northern Alberta?
The ones that we have, yes, because they have interest from jobs around here. We've had a lot of requests lately from companies that are looking to hire people, from the Cadott Lake area and from other communities. So it's a lot, but mostly the.
Madam Chair, just one other thing I'll mention. So I remember a while back, there was a conversation around letters of endorsement from the CAOs and from the municipalities. That was for the piece right at the very bottom here. As a part of that application for $3.5 million, we needed to have letters of endorsement from the municipalities, which makes sense. Government wanted to know that there was interest in this and support. And so when we sent letters out to the municipalities, it was around this grant. I mean, we see 17 or 18 or almost everybody sent a general letter back saying they fully support this initiative. And so that's where that gets going.
The cost was around 10,000, and if you were on EI, the government had said they would pay for it. I don't know if they're still doing that or not.
I don't know the detail right now. There are programs in place around that sometimes for sure. The other thing of interest there is that Northern Lakes College, the president yesterday, Dr. Mitchell, when he and I met, indicated that they have a class 1 driving school as well. And I know they were, I believe they were applying for one when we applied back 2 or 3 years ago. So he said they would be very interested in sort of working with us, not, not in a competitive nature, but in collaboration with each other. And I did share with them that our partner in this is Northwestern Polytechnic, because that's who our partner was at the time and still is our partner on that particular initiative. And they were helpful in getting us started and actually move forward. So this is, if this grant application is indeed approved, we will certainly share some more detailed information with you because operationally, it's going to be a very tremendous, it's going to be exciting on some levels, but a tremendous amount of work and as well. And so when you were hearing people out in the rural caucus talking about growing vegetables and roasting coffee and that kind of thing, that is collegiate schools and dual grant programming. We have lots of that at play in the organization, and if this grant moves through, we'll have even more. And I won't say that we're on the leading edge of it, but we are by far nowhere near the tail end of it, because a lot of school jurisdictions have been a little more reluctant to move into the dual credit collegiate school program or opportunities, and some have been all in. And you heard we heard at the rural caucus that if government doesn't change its funding for these dual credit programs and collegiate school programs, then there's going to have to be some significant reduction in a year or so, because in order to sustain some of those programs, it requires base funding, because that's just the nature of these programs. And, anyway, just wanted to share that information with you. So that we're
anyone have any questions, comments? We don't need a motion for anything. Okay, thank you for all that work you're doing.
It seems like we're getting into the post-secondary. It's just interesting. There's a blurring of the lines. For sure.
So, Madam Chair, I'll speak to that for a moment. The fact that Peace River School Division ended up getting a Class 1 driving school was a shock and surprise to many of us. In that we applied for it, but we were encouraged strongly by, I think it's fair to say, Alberta educational officials at the time. There's lots of theories as to why we ended up getting it, because you're right, Trustee Sherdelsky is dead on that. This Class 1 driving school, it has really not a whole lot to do with K-12 programming, and it's generally seen as a post-secondary endeavor. We ended up getting the money because we were one of a very small number of school jurisdictions at the time that received money, and there were some big projects, some significant money allocated out to charter schools in the Calgary area. And then Olds College partnered with 4 or 5 school jurisdictions and got a very significant amount of money. And I think the Wolf Creek is part of that partnership, and Chinook Sands and so on. And then there was, I think, there was a desire to have some of that money distributed perhaps more equitably, if I could put it that way, throughout the land. And so things lined up in our organization's favor that we might not have thought, would have happened. And anyway, it's perhaps a little bit like the dog chasing after the car, the caught it. That would be doing it. But we're doing what we can with it, and we're going to make it a goal now that we're into it. Like, this is if this application goes through, then we're all in. We're all in for as long as we can be all in, and to make the best of it for the benefit of children and the system and the communities, and see where it takes us.
And we're committed to not taking any dollars out of our regular programming.
Yes, that's right. That's what this latest initiative is all about.
Yeah.
Even though many school jurisdictions, I would say perhaps all of them, end up taking money from programming to make theirs work. And most, that is oftentimes from grade fourth year and fifth year students, 50% or 25% funding, which wouldn't cover the entire cost, but at least a contribution towards.
The biggest thing that advantages of that being offered is it keeps the children here. A lot of them are farm kids that are growing up and looking for class ones, you know, so they can drive the farm with the grain trucks. But it keeps them in the north too. Once they go out and find a girlfriend somewhere out there, they don't come back.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on to the quarterly financial report.
So again, Madam Chair, as you know, we've shifted to, or we've refocused our efforts into saying, hey, it's these quarterly financial reports that are probably most meaningful for trustees in the organization to get a sense as to, well, touch base, like where are we at right now? The monthly reports we've been giving you only because they have been generated and they're required to be submitted to Alberta Education. So in the months that your board meeting aligns well with having that completed, we just share it with you. We've gotten away from the line by line reporting, which makes sense on so many different levels, because overarchingly you give the government, you set up the governance expectations, and then we operate the system as we see fit within that. So it's the defined autonomy piece. And with these quarterly reports, and you'll see this when we do the budgeting process coming up here again now. So we have our lines of funding, categories of funding that we get funding for, and then we have to redistribute that across to meet our priorities. So for example, let's say, well, this board a while back decided that, you know what, with our focus on literacy and numeracy, we need to have people here at the divisional office. So that was a deliberate effort to ensure that some of the funding got directed to division level literacy and numeracy coordinators who can help teachers deliver the goods there. So we set up these budgets at the beginning of the year, and we come to the first quarter meeting, and there could be significant over expenditure in one category. We budgeted $1 million, and now we're one quarter of the way through, and we have 500,000 spent. So all of it, right? That might be an alert. Trustees might say, what's up with that? And then Rhonda explains, well, we just brought in all of the fuel for the entire year. We have a tank farm up the road. We have it stored there. So we just did an upfront expenditure. So we won't have much expenditure later. And so the second quarter, you'll see, okay, it's panning out a bit. Third quarter and year in, we're within budget. Or we might be way over in an area because the cost of a bus went way through the roof. And so as a part of your management team, we sit down throughout the year, we look at these variance reports as well, and we make decisions. We sit down and say, oh, gee, we are going to be way over in the transportation, but transportation probably not a good example, but way over in a separate budget, but we're way over in a particular recruitment cost. Well, we're way over because we attended all these job fairs. Now we're coming back as a team and saying, well, where are we going to find the money now to balance that? So we shift money from another category. So when the year is said and done, we budgeted $900,000 for one category and only spent $500,000. But we redirected that $400,000 to a category that we thought we were going to spend $200,000 on, but we ended up spending $700,000 on, and we're still short of $100,000. So that's the way it operates here. And in the end, our globally, we want to try to make sure that we are within our budget, and we like to have a little bit of a surplus here now, so we can top up our reserves just a little bit to be a little more comfortable. And you know, that's where it is. So these quarterly reports are quite useful. Hopefully are quite useful for you as you get a bead as to where we are in relation to time spent. And with that, I'm going to transition rest of this entire piece to Rhonda.
Thanks. Madam Chair, I've given a bunch of information here. The briefing memo explained the major things that are going on in the division. I've given you the statement at the end of February and year-to-date information. Most of the topics have been talked about in the briefing memo, talking about Alberta Education starting to take back money for salaries for certificated staff because of the strike. They're going to do that over the period of March to June. So just over $425,000 a month. So that's going to kind of flip our cash flows on their head a little bit. We've received about 56% of the revenue. Some of those, some of that money is extra money that we're getting in categories like school generated funds because whatever a school decides to do in a year, we can't really predict that at the beginning of the year when we're doing the budgets. But overall, our expected revenues are coming in as expected. Our expenses, at the end of February, we've spent 50% of the money. So I think we're pretty much on target. I think what really the biggest factors are going to be for us now is the increase in fuel costs. We are still getting some fuel subsidies from Alberta Education, but I'm not sure how that's going to continue to work. So we're keeping our eye on that. Not that there's anything at all that we can do about that, because we have bus routes, we have a number of days of instructional days. So it's one of those things. Some of the other things are what's going to happen in the facilities department over the summer when we're doing our big projects, because again, costs are continuing to increase across the board on everything that we're doing. But that's all included in the briefing memo. I've also attached the board's budget, so I'll maybe answer questions on the overall financial statements, and then we can talk about the document that I have for the governance budget, if that's okay.
Sure. I'll just open whoever is, I don't know if everyone has questions, so I'll speak first. Questions, comments? I know Juan and Janet, you haven't been through the whole budget process yet, so this may still be a little fuzzy. But it will make more sense once you go through the whole process.
I'm sure it'll stay fuzzy for people.
Well, okay, maybe not. That's okay.
I just wanted to ask on the expenses by objects there, it says certificate salaries is slightly above midpoint.
Yeah.
Is that something that happens often, or is that normal?
And so the salaries, uniquely this year, we budgeted the best we could for what the salaries were going to be after the collective agreement, but we had to pay all of the retro pay for last year. So the impact here is including, because the teachers were off of work for, you know, that 16 or so days.
Yeah.
It should be lower, but we've paid retro pay for everybody, and that's what's bumping us up a little bit more than where we're at during the year.
So does that even out then at the end?
Well,
or it's gonna be a little higher?
it really should, it's probably going to end up being a little bit higher at the end of the year.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, as per normal, as per most school organizations, the total amount of expenditure, 70+%, not 72, 73, 74, 75% of all expenditures of salaries. So that's an in note, very little,
Yeah.
we have no control over that at all. You pay that is established for the position. It's just that, so we have a lot less, $57 million budget. You say, well, lots of flexibility, when in actual fact, when you in fact take into account the things that we absolutely have to have expenditures on, there's very little money left for us to be flexible on. So I can't say, oh, we're going to implement this brand new programming initiative. So let's take the initiative that Trustees Wilson talked about, which is a really good one. Oh, we're going to make sure we have band and music programs in every single school. That's going to cost $1.2 million. I don't have the wherewithal to do that. The money is not there for that. So decisions would have to be made in a different kind of way. So.
Anyone seems to have any other further questions?
So the last document that I have is the governance financial report, and it's at an odd date, and really, so it's up to March 23rd when I put the rest of these numbers together. We're still working on the coding for all of the expenses because the main change that happened was November of 2024 when we changed the way that trustees were paid. But we couldn't change coding in that year because we have to be consistent. So we waited until this year, and as we're working through it, there's a couple of little glitches that I will get fixed, and I'll be able to report to you better. And it'll, when we do the budgeting of this, the board's budget, we'll also look at the new way that we're looking at these expenses. So what you see here are the expenses that have been processed up to March 23rd. You'll see that 44% of the budget's been used. The PD expenses, the 21,000, that's off a little bit. That's only out-of-pocket expenses and doesn't include salaries, mileage, and so forth, because we have to find a way to add new codes when you do your trustee report so that we can say trustee honorarium for self-directed PD, and the same with mileage and the same with meals, because right now, without doing a journal entry, there's not an easy way to do that. And for, as your expense goes through the process, there's no way to easily pick out those expenses, but they're included in the total. Long service awards, that used to be our gala. It's not going to be at $18,000. I'm guessing that it's probably going to be more like $13,000. So you're going to have a little bit excess in the budget there. And we didn't know at the time we did the budget how all of that was going to play out because we just made the change in gala. Because remember, we have to submit these budgets by May. And we were in the midst of talking about the change from gala to celebrating long service in a different way. So,
Although I just see, Madam Chair, just to illustrate a point, we just saw an email from one of our staff members who was taking care of gala, and the pins that we give for recipients are going up from 90 something,
75 last year, and they're 125 this year. Is that what- oh,
just a
I
massive,
think that's
massive
what it
increase.
is.
So,
Pins for anyone.
they're-
Can you all get them the ones place?
Star.
yeah,
I
we
feel
get
kind
them-
of bad that I threw mine away.
for years we've gotten them at the same place, but it's I think they were silver plated pens, so.
yeah,
it's
with
not the
a
silver.
sapphire. And
Yeah,
so
so silver, of course, has gone through the roof.
Sounds precious.
Yeah, just to say that, I don't believe we will spend $18,000, but the cost of everything has gone up a bit, so.
So, and the rest of the expenses are laid out here. So trustee remuneration and benefits, the benefits are a little bit high. We estimate what the benefit costs are going to be based on averages and information we receive. So we're never bang on with benefits. It's one of the hardest budget lines to do. Association fees, that's got all of your ASBA Zone 1, PSBAA, all of those things are through there. The elections and on. So you'll see that's where the board's budget is at as of March 23rd.
So it's March 23rd, but technically a lot of our expenses for March are not in.
They aren't.
Right, so
That's correct.
really, it's kind of the end of it.
Yeah.
To be technical.
Yeah.
Pretty-
so-
Pretty much,
Right.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. There's that bit of a lag there. And I think that applies for pretty much every quarterly report. There's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
you're
it's
gonna have
probably
some-
really the
yeah.
previous month is much most.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there's an explanation at the bottom of what all of those expense lines are. We've been doing a really good job where we made a conscious effort, and we've done this everywhere, is where we have the meetings for the regular monthly meetings, so the regular board meeting, lunches and so on. We're doing an awesome job. I think you guys are all full when you go back to the meeting, but we don't have a whole bunch of extra food. We were notorious in the past to, not being aware of what the food looked like and what ended up happening. And we're making some conscious decisions, and where we're doing that, we're seeing great results. So that's, you know, one positive of a really little thing, but it made an impact.
Exactly, okay.
And one of the Madam Chair, one of the conversations that's unfolding across all jurisdictions now as we get ready to move into next year's budget is, as you all know, there's a government initiated a 5% reduction in the administrative budget for all school jurisdictions. So that will play out a little bit as we move forward here now, but that'll come in our working session. So we'll make that work for sure.
No, I like this layout. It's really good.
Any other questions on the board's budget?
Got a couple heavy months coming up, so. Looks like we're moving in good shape. Okay, anyone else? Last call. Be an auctioneer. Okay. Did you have anything?
No, Jeff just asked about a motion. It was just for information.
Okay, we'll love it. We'll move on to 5.9.1. Support staff bus driver liaison committee, April 21st, 2026, 5:30. Is that just so people know? Who was on that? Do we know off the top of our heads?
We do need agenda items for those two meetings.
Oh, wait for agenda items.
Agenda
Sorry,
items,
I
yeah.
didn't realize that. Maybe first.
We can
Is it called?
Support staff bus driver liaison committee.
That's Dick, Lauren, and Bajinsky is this fair.
So what type of things do we normally bring up at these meetings? I've never been to one.
Does a board member go?
It's Marie and Wanda. I've done one this year.
We had in the fall, we talked about the new terms of reference was the main topic in the fall. Did you go for it?
It might have been the fall, was it a different meeting? People? Was it before election or after?
It could have been before. I can't remember. It might have been before.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's probably different.
yeah, it might have been. Agenda items, I think, things we could talk about is like the new industry advancement grant and potential collegiate school are things you can share with both of those, we're talking it's staff essentially. So those are good topics to talk about. I'm just trying to think of some of the other things. Going into budget is always a big conversation at this table. Everybody's always wants to know, what is this going to be?
What about the card system that we're using now? For
Yep.
Kids.
And always probably recruitment.
Yeah.
If they have any.
Yeah, that should be a standing item.
Sorry, Wanda, did you have your hand up?
I was gonna say the same thing as Marie said about the cards.
And the committee members may have something to bring back, to add to the agenda as well. We changed the terms of reference last year to say, hey, these meetings will be twice a year. And we've reserved the right to have other meetings. So if there's a meeting in October and another one in April, but something really important comes to the table in January, and that requires a meeting, then the meeting can be had. Same thing with TBAC as well. So Madam Chair, this conversation really applies to both committees here. The start time here suggested 5:30, but for TBAC, for example, when we did the terms of reference in the fall, that committee said they would like to meet earlier. They want to meet, and so the proposal, I reached out again today just to get reconfirm their status. Now that's for the TBAC one.
That's the one I do, right?
Mhm.
So, but I can wait if you want to finish up the other one. I just realized I jumped out to the next one. So,
It might be the same for.
yeah, it probably would be the same for both. Yeah.
Okay.
The support, yeah, so
So bus
that's,
drivers would have to finish their routes. So would they?
Probably, yeah, you're right, probably will, so that may have to stay the same. if they have a bus driver, they don't, it depends who's on the committee. They represent the whole group, but sometimes we don't get a bus driver, so I'm not sure. They had their annual general meeting, but they haven't advised us of who the members are, so I have to reach out.
I guess reach out and confirm.
Yeah.
On that. And then we will, is that good for sports staff?
I just wanted to ask a question or general question or whatever on some of that. So with staff, when something happens that they get sick, they're into kind of gone into forced retirement type thing, are they recognized then for their service such that they award things to the bus drivers and whatnot?
Yeah. Anybody that was with us in the current year, every year,
Yeah,
we would recognize.
okay.
Okay, TBAC, April 28th.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, that one, again, we were reached out to, or we will reach out to Jack Bassinet on this one, and we'll invite the agenda items, not only for TBAC, but also for staff. So there's the Teacher Board Advisory Committee, whereby that group of teachers meet with the Board of Trustees. So, you know, there's an example of an interfacing of employees with board members.
I don't think we talked about it.
And so there will be an opportunity for agenda items to come forward on that. And then right after that, sometimes we've gone with stack and then TBAC or vice versa. There's a stack meeting as well, because there's on the teacher side, the committee members are the same. Those who attend TBAC also attend stack.
What's that?
The stack meeting is the meeting of that same group with the superintendent and staff.
Oh.
So the group meets with the trustees and also meets with the superintendent and staff. And there was a time when that used to be an evening meeting and a meal. Every meeting, and they were oftentimes meetings were once a month or every 2 months. We've shifted that substantially, and post-COVID, we've gone through years where we've had only one meeting. We put down another terms of reference, and we're down to 2 meetings now. And they're quite happy with that, because just for the table, we said, hey, if there's a matter that percolates from one teacher or one employee as in a school, that's of a governance related nature, then you don't have to wait until 5 months from now or 2 months from now for the next meeting. Go through the proper channels and that can be addressed. So when you put that lens on it, lots of times when the time comes for a meeting, there are very, very few agenda items, and sometimes not enough to have a meeting. But we always reach out to see if there are items that they want to talk about. And if there's not, well, that could be seen as a good thing, or it could be seen as not so good that people are not engaging. But I would like to think that it's a good thing, because my sense is that when people have a beef, they will come forward. We'll get it in some way or another. They don't come forward directly, a principal will raise it with us, whatever. So Jackie Bassinet requested that we give consideration to using an afternoon someday for these meetings, because Holy Family School Division has 3 meetings a year, and they're always scheduled for 9 a.m. in the morning. They often end at lunchtime. And I said, well, I wasn't sure that we would be able to go there because of, the significant teachers and so on. So the second best thing is that rather than have these meetings start at 5:30, they want to start at 4. They'd like to go 4 to 5 and 5 to 6, and by 6 o'clock be done, which makes sense. And there's no real preference if, virtual works fine for them, because otherwise people, and we have the 2 meetings back to back. So if they were to meet at 4 would be hard to meet if it's going to be face to face. They'd have to leave school early, and that's why they used to be 5:30. But they're quite open to having it as a virtual meeting, and starting at 4, and one meeting leading into the other. So one meeting could be scheduled until 5, but to Trustee Chavel's point, if the agenda gets finished up by 4:30, then we can quickly pivot into the other meeting.
What kind of things have you traditionally talked about?
It's a really good opportunity for the trustees just to share, and it's mostly highlights from board meetings. The other side, the teacher side, doesn't usually bring a lot of things, like
Not to that meeting.
not to that meeting. So really,
Yes.
they bring it to us, yeah, because it's management things that we should be dealing with. And the liaison committee is a function to, if a problem can't get solved at the management level, can go to the liaison committee for the board to hear and help solve the problem. Since I've been working with the division, there's never been anything that couldn't be resolved at a management meeting. So we've never taken anything to either PBAC or the support staff bus driver liaison committee. But it's a function for the board and for the teachers and other staff.
Yes, and if I-
Oh, so
It's
we're
a-
legislating to
it's-
have this meeting, whether there's anything.
It's in the collective agreement, so it has.
Yeah.
So, for example, the board in that meeting could talk through with the teachers of this committee about the advocacy they've been doing around mental wellness and funding support, mental wellness supports in schools would be one example. Or, the efforts that have been put into trying to have government change the way it supports small rural schools. That would be topical because Jackie Bessnap is in a small rural school and a couple of other people are as well. So there are 3 or 4 topics that the board could bring to the table and to share with them and go from there. But it's not a place for negotiations. Obviously, if it was during the negotiations year, these meetings become really, really dicey because you can't be in a spot where teachers bring forward matters that are a part of the negotiations. So
It's almost more of an engagement piece.
yeah, that's right, exactly. It's, they're not, put it this way, if neither of these 2 meetings happen for a year, it doesn't change a whole lot from the point of view of what you do and what we do. But when they happen and there's a good agenda and there's good conversation, then they're valuable meetings. So we've had lots of conversations around report cards and reporting periods and assessment evaluation, the early years assessments the government rolled out, all of those things, the library resources.
But those would happen at your staff meeting.
That would be at the staff meeting, that's right.
It's your staff meeting.
Yeah, so one that would have been topical a couple of years ago would have been the board's work around the anti-racism policy, right? So that could be one that a good conversation with schools, so and with that group say, so how is that working? Have you noticed any difference? Are things more complex than ever? Those kinds of things. So we will reach out, Madam Chair, to Jackie and indicate that we're now, the other thing is, we're suggesting this is the meeting, we haven't approved the meeting date, so we'll do that now, right? And they might get back and say, oh, sorry, we can't make the 21st of April, and then we're back and forth. And in fact, last year, I don't think we got the last meeting after the year, because we had some scheduled meetings that got postponed because not that we could make it, but they couldn't make it, and because of conference different
Because
days.
I'm wondering if TBAC, depending on timing, that's the day of the clearance.
Yes,
I don't know when we're in clearance.
so we're clear those in the morning, 10 to 12.
Oh, 10 to 12.
Yeah.
What day is that?
The 28th, 10 to 12. And so we envision that we do that and we could be back here.
Okay.
We'll be back by the afternoon anyway.
What are you doing in Fairbanks?
Presenting to the county on
CTS
the.
programming.
Oh,
Okay, moving on. No delegations, no departmental presentations. We did in camera, we removed 6.2.1. So we're at 6.3. Of course, David left. 6.3.1 is ASBA. I'll update on that. The zone 1 meeting had got canceled for March, so I don't think there is an update to be given. And then we are hosting the next zone 1 meeting here
Yes.
on April 15th at
Yep.
10.
We have an invigorating week that week because we have a full team meeting on Monday. On Tuesday, we have the Administrative Association meeting. Wednesday is,
Oh, you moved it? So
yeah, we moved it. moved to Tuesday. Wednesday is the zone 1 ASBA and Thursday is the board meeting.
Perfect.
So that made that week will go by really quickly.
really slowly.
If David has something else to add, but I can't anyone. 6.3.2 PSBAA. Maria, I don't think we.
I had sent a report out to everybody to the last week.
Yeah, I think it was on the last.
20.
And then, again, rural caucus, so, 6.3.3, I think Edith had sent out to everyone, the rural caucus. So in that, it talked about this, committee they're starting under them about the rural small school funding. So David had expressed interest in that. So David had joined. I don't want to speak. There he is. I feel like I'm talking, waiting for you to come, waiting for you to come. I gave an update on ASB that the zone was canceled and you had nothing else. No.
Just, information that was sent out, today.
Yeah.
To everybody
Okay.
for.
So now I'm just going over the rural caucus, where we're at. So David had joined, so at zone 1, they had started, David had joined Emory, the rural small school committee,
Yeah.
something
Got a
like
couple different names.
yeah. Which was part of zone 1 and under David's, because he was at ASBA zone 1, he could join that committee. So now this new rural caucus committee that is possibly, or it started, that's something that is outside of something we've done before. So could we do?
Well, we don't have, that's not a committee that we,
Yes.
that's on our committee.
And I don't think it would be funded by rural caucus. Like if you're on a zone 1 committee, zone 1 pays for your time at those, for those committees. Where this would not be. So this would be a cost to us. So that's why it has to come to the board for approval for David to sit on. Just for future. That's what I'm explaining. Do you want to talk about
I
that?
don't really know what's gonna go on with the working group. The first meeting is being held on Monday and it's an hour. And it won't cost the board anything because it's a virtual meeting, right? I mean, Edith Giesbrecht, our trustee from Ward 7, is our member on.
Mhm. And I wish he was here. so we could-
What's that?
Yeah, I wish he was here. So we could have that.
Yeah, it's a bit selfish of me, but I want to be a part of it only because it's what we're working on from the local level and what we're working on from the zone 1 level, and then it makes sense to go to that next step. But it's certainly not beyond Trustee Ginsburg's purview to be able to do that, right? To represent our division there on that working group. I don't think there's gonna be a significant amount of cost to it. Unless they say, well, we're gonna have a meeting in Edmonton and everybody has to come, right?
No, and I don't think a huge cost to it, but it is still something we should approve you on. Whether it's a cost.
Well, we should add that the rural caucus, small school working group, whatever it's called, that should be added to our external committees list and somebody should be.
I guess once we know what's happening. Yeah, and go in.
Is rural caucus a part of ASPA? Or it's completely separate?
Connected, but not, right? It's
Yeah.
I feel like they're friends, but not cousins. I don't know.
Well, they're poor cousins, right?
They do some very good work though.
They do, and I
For
100%
rural areas.
think we need to have someone on this.
Yeah.
Represent us on this, because I think, there's a lot of good divisions doing a lot of good work. And it would be a shame not to part.
I have no problem making a motion for David to sit on that committee. I think we need to push that as far as we can, and I was really impressed with the information that, from done in 2010, that we need to keep moving that forward. And there's many organizations within the education system that are trying to do this. But if we hammer enough on the elected officials, I think we're going to find out that probably is going to be what works. So the more organizations that hammer on it, better off we are.
I don't think there's gonna be too much happening after this working group first meeting on, Monday, maybe we would have more information at the next board meeting. And then we'll also discuss it on the 15th at our zone meeting, because Karen will be there, and the zone really, in particular with ASBA, right? They can't send us out to this, right? It can't happen. But I said, that's
Well, I
not what's
guess we
happening.
could.
We're coming back to the zone and reporting information from outside. So I think that relationship will work. So if it's okay with everybody, and there's no, I will just volunteer to attend the first meeting, and anybody here can attend it. They set the link out to all the trustees in the province, right? So, or all that belong to rural caucus.
And then we
And,
can have a conversation.
in the meantime, then we can talk about that on the 15th and the 16th, right?
I'm good.
So you want to wait on the motion then? or-
Oh, sorry, did you put the motion? in?
Yeah, I did.
And was it typed in?
I don't know.
I think your language was, I would have no problem.
Yes, that, I was
moving.
gonna say, I don't know if you
yeah.
technically said it. You just said.
So I don't think it was
Okay,
a
so
motion on the
technically it's not on the.
Sorry, I wasn't taking it as it was on the floor. So I think we're good to move on from there. We need to come back in April and have more information and make a plan. Okay, trustee calendar 6.4.1.
You went past the work plan, right? Or did you look at that already?
Um,
The only reason I'm
that's
bringing
just
it
the
up,
heading.
the board work plan, sometime we have to take some time and go through this and move stuff to where it belongs.
I think that's the policy committee should do.
Pardon me?
I think the policy committee should do.
It's as long as we have all the information.
Yeah. Okay, so March, I think after today, things are pretty quiet because next week is spring break. I don't think any schools are doing anything. So let's pull up April. So we have our board planning day starting at 9:30. Also known as budget day, on the 7th. I have TIBA at 2 as well. And then there is the PSPC, the 9th and 10th.
The kids are out that week, right?
No, they go back to school at 7.
Oh,
And the
Yeah.
school council is on the.
Next week.
Yeah.
that mean I have grandchildren.
You're not running that in. And I'm gonna go with Marie to PSP, not with Marie, but, to PSPC as the alternate to see that world. Does anyone else have anything that?
The Napa School Council is on the 8th.
Okay.
That PSBC is in Redder, that's where it's at.
And
It is.
Okay, and then we have zone 1 on the 15th and our board meeting on the 16th, which feels really quick. Wow, that is real quick. Anything else that week?
Red Earth Creek, recess meeting on the 16th. Hand games are on the 17th.
In Redder.
Nope, at Peace River High School.
Oh,
They're on from 10:30 till 2.
Is that's division wide? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last couple of
Sorry,
years. they've been good.
Oh, sorry. The hand games, Peace River,
Oh, yeah,
being held at Peace River High School this year.
yes.
yeah, it's been a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have CAS for those going on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th. You have all you need for that?
You want to hear what I have? So if I
Sure.
missed anybody.
Let's, yep.
So for Cass, I have Lacey, Marie, David, and Wanda. PSBAA. I have,
PSBC, oh, PSBAA, okay.
I have David and Wanda. And ASBA, I have Lacey.
So everybody's registered and everything. Well, not registered for ASBA, they have to have that, but hotel.
Okay,
Sorry.
sorry, what days do you need to start filling out?
I would like, wondering about the 29th or the 30th, if I can have two possible days, because I have to work with the schools
Oh, this is for the
for
engagement.
the engagement. So the 29th and the 30th would be.
I could change my kid's ortho appointment at either of those days. It's fine, it's ortho.
Is it, are you looking for an either or?
No, I
And
want
is
a
it-
couple
Is it an evening?
evening, it'll be evening, unless the staff part of it,
Would be like 4 o'clock.
probably like after school's over, so like 3:30 or something. I'm, unless it doesn't work for the schools and they want to see 5 o'clock, but I don't know what this is gonna be until I start asking the questions.
I'm available both days.
Okay.
What's the Marie's not available either day?
I have an EE Oliver school council meeting that they moved to the 29th specifically because I couldn't get the 22nd. But I definitely will make myself available for both those days.
Yeah, so you're available both days. Thank you, sir. Okay. Wanda, do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, I'm good for both.
So would there be a preference for the 30th then maybe? I would prefer the 30th.
Okay.
But if 29th works, that's fine.
Well, we can aim for the 30th, if that works for everybody, then.
Yeah.
Then,
20th is the back home.
if you
Where would this take place?
one of the schools.
Yeah, we'll figure the logistics out, because there
Peace
might
River.
be, it'll be in Peace River, but there might be facility rental. There's a lot of pieces, so we'll have to figure some stuff out. But the other two trustees, can you touch base with them, Lacey?
And also that week, I have a Clear Hills meeting. The 28th at 10, I guess,
Yes.
and then TBAC. So, does anyone have anything else?
Not that it's a big deal, but I'm not gonna be able to make the clear. I thought it was the 29th. I'm coming back from Saskatoon on the 28th. If it was an evening meeting, I could be there even on an afternoon meeting. Or you mean,
And for that meeting, Madam Chair, we have a slide deck that we can, present, either through a slide presentation, or we can make copies and go through either way, whatever works. So we'll get that to you in the days ahead here before you go to that meeting.
Sounds good. Do we need to try and find any more dates for a budget now that since
We could look at budget.
I just know we're gonna need one more budget date or two.
I think if we could have a meeting, I'm just getting a little bit nervous because I still don't have anything. So if we could do something the beginning of May, the board meeting, I think is the 21st. And if we could have a meeting like the first week of May, and hopefully everything's good and we don't need another meeting, but that at least gives us some.
What's first week of May looking like? I have 4, 5, 6 available.
Yes.
4, 5, 6.
Mhm.
Yeah, either one of those 3 days work. It's gonna be like to get Paul to try to link that in with his work.
Yep, works for me too.
Janice, what's your 4, 5, 6?
Yeah, and once we get this
I'll
all,
mention that in the email too.
Madam Chair, once we get this all settled, then we can also turn our attention to picking some days for trustee tours, and they probably won't be like, obviously they can't be 4 days in a row. We'll say, okay, this day is available, that day is available. So over the course of a month, we might stretch this out in 5 or 6 weeks, but we will certainly aim to get them all done for the, before the, in the May.
But spring, yes, right?
That's right. Which is better driving, more daylight. Yeah. What's right?
What's 4, 5, 6 look like for you guys?
Mid-May.
It should be good.
Okay, so do you want to pick a random day right now, or you want to wait?
I would, well, it doesn't really matter.
So maybe we'll wait for fall. Find out.
Yeah, any of those days works for me.
I'll put it out to these two and see what I get for. And then I'll send it to everyone.
Oh, yeah, you
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. It's mostly. Anything else we should
You
look
got
at?
two
for
in
calendar?
Yeah. You feel it.
It's very juggling. Okay. We can move on, calendar. Okay, we're moving to the consent agenda. 2.5.2 was pulled by Wanda. That is the Worsley School Council minutes.
So there were quite a few things that kind of came together looking at Worsley's. So Jen Daniels is quite a food champion, and coming out of the ASBA media, it was March 12th, and they were talking about the Paul Kane High School and the students in culinary arts. And I know from other school activities that I've seen that, you know, if you don't have a champion, historically, if you didn't have a champion, your program would likely die once you left. But now things have changed because of this federal money that's coming to school divisions, which is targeted towards school food. And so at the last two parent councils with TA and Springfield, they're both talking about what they're going to do. And so they were talking about what they'd applied to do with the funding. And I said, well, have you talked to each other? Because some of the things that they were talking about doing, it was just like, well, why don't you just work together? And they hadn't talked to each other. And so I just kind of wonder if we couldn't do a collegiate school food model, much like the collegiate driving training, because this money is going to keep coming and it's a lot of money. And we would be this board would be of good support to our school division if we made it a point of, like, it's not our job, I guess that's on Jeff, but if we give the nod to having really good school food programming that is integrated so that they're not reinventing the wheel in each school. But I mean, that's on Jeff. And I'm just saying, I know that there's a lot of money coming and that it's ongoing. Carney has made it permanent. So yeah, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential. Anyway, so I'll leave it at that.
Jeff, you missed some of that.
Yes, I did, yeah. So I gathered that some of the initiatives that are at play in Worsley, right?
Yeah, so Jen is doing amazing things.
Yeah.
And then
Now
the
can we
TA and Springfield are kind of doing things, but they're not communicating.
Right,
And
now
how
we can
could
do the
we
cross-pollination of ideas. Yeah.
facilitate, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we've at administrator association meetings over time, we have that opportunity whereby we get people to share some of the good things that they're doing, but, yeah, we can certainly take that, under advisement, and especially now with, as you say, we have a grant that we have to get some money spent, a short time frame with some possibility of carryover. So conversations are unfolding now around that matter anyway. So we can certainly share with principals that, hey, you know what, to your point, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe you can reach out to a colleague and find out some of the good things you're doing and just adopt it and tweak it and adopt it in your school.
In your admin meetings, just for us being nosy, do they share what they're doing? Like, is it more teaching them, or is there a lot of sharing of what's being done?
Yeah, so we could set that up easily enough to have them do a roundtable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are some meetings when we're like, they're jam packed with stuff that we have to get out because, you know, there's certain requirements and so on. And then there are other meetings where we have a working session, we set up a Google Doc, we set them up in groups. And we've done that virtually, we've done it here, and they sit down and we have a question. So I'll give you one example. So, we all talked about the importance of instructional leadership. Discuss or list some of the things you do that's in the area of instructional leadership, good practices. So Kim would be in a meeting in a group with say Audrey Sint and a couple of others, and they sat down and discussed, and they entered the stuff into a Google Doc. After which point in time they all have access to it. So it could be that, or it could be collaborative response, or it could be through program. Yeah, so there's that opportunity there for sure. So throughout the course of a year, there are several times during the year when that opportunity is there for sharing.
And then I'm sure they're a group that talk amongst themselves. You know, I know you'll hear one principal say they talk to another principal because they know what they're doing good and they know what.
And in fact, Madam Chair, from some of the sharing that's been done at this meeting, somebody will say, I'm going to follow up with you. And then later at another meeting, you say, I followed up with, you know, Vicky or Kim or whatever. And then there's a partnership there on that particular initiative for quite some time. Do we do that enough? No, I don't think we do it enough. I think there's still an effort to reinvent the wheel sometimes, because lots of times we tend to operate in isolation because you don't want to quote unquote bother the other school that's busy and all that stuff. So we make excuses why not to reach out. But we certainly have had good examples of where sharing occurs, even outside of our meetings. And we try to set it up in meetings, and we've done a couple of times. We've set it up so that somebody presents, the school principal presents something really that they're really proud of and sharing, and around a particular topic, and then that's another way as well. We've gotten away from that lately because we've got a lot of other things on, but that sharing of good things that they're proud about, that's a really good, it's a positive, feel-good piece, right?
We did that at school councils once, right? Because you're always focusing on like, how do you get people to come, like all the negative parts of it. And one time we did, tell us what you did, like what you accomplished at your school.
Yeah, no, it's always nice and fresh, just a fresh perspective. Thank you.
Okay, any further conversation on that? Okay, if not, that would be, if you want to make a motion, move that for information.
I'll make that motion, yep.
All in favor? We're fine.
Just an FYI, Madam Chair, if you don't already know, the basketball team from the school just won the provincials last weekend in their zone.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Which was a combination of two schools, or two? It's just the two. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because mine's kickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Kate, 2.7.2. That's you, Wanda. That's the Wolf Creek Public School one.
Yeah. Yes, that retaking a course. Are we doing that? Are we letting kids come in? Because ouch, it sounds like they're hurting, but I mean, really, how can you turn these kids away? But I'm just wondering, is that our issue?
So, we don't really have kids retaking a course over the summer. I would say that we try to do credit recovery, so in-house. So if a student is failing a grade in my social class, as a teacher, I would try to get them to do some things before the end of the year so that they didn't fail the course, or they might the following year just do bits and pieces and then redo the exam. Maybe. If they have to actually upgrade or redo a course, it wouldn't be in the summer. We just don't have teachers to A, teach it, B, mark it. So they could retake that course through virtual education. They could do it through outreach, they could do it at a school site. Yeah, so outreach, or I'm sorry, summer is not the place where we would, we do summer school, but not for course retaking. Summer school for CTS, yes,
Oh, okay, yeah.
for some,
Work experience.
yes, CTS, not work experience.
So, so what if like somebody's taking a course at outreach, which is more or less just get, as part of their post-secondary?
So
Does that happen?
So that if they would, I'm sorry, say again?
It says, we receive $154 per credit for new credits taken by students. However, students often need to upgrade their course achievement as part of their post-secondary pursuits. We receive no funding for students who are upgrading courses, whether to achieve a passing grade or to improve final marks.
So we get $154 per credit for summer school. So that's only a summer school.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
only, it's a whole thing, okay.
So students registered who come back and register would technically be their fourth or fifth year of high
Okay.
school.
So
Then we would get funding for them at 50% or 25%
Right.
for them to do whatever courses they're going
Okay, and no matter if they're taking it for the fourth time, was it? Okay,
And yeah, so student in, second year, who wasn't successful in semester 2 of year 1, taking that course, or was successful and had a 55, but needed to get a 60, then we'd be doing that course over. But it will be a part of the courses they do in their semester.
That's correct.
And they have enough other courses that we're getting funded as a year 2 student.
okay, gotcha.
But the
So this-
summer,
This $154 is only about summer
Summer
school.
school.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I kind of wasn't reading it.
for
So
people
Wolf
trying to,
Creek is a big enough division.
Yes.
That they can offer summer school. So they'll have teachers who will teach a course over the summer,
3 weeks or whatever.
whatever it is. Yeah.
Get the number of hours in.
So it has to be before, we have to register the marks before July something or other.
So you would have, the summer school typically has been for students who failed to get credit in a course, and of course, credit recovery didn't work, then they're, over the summer, they can get those credits, so they're not behind in the fall. So adding the piece here to actually receive the credit, but want to get the better mark. They want to get a 62 in English language arts, or at least 60, because they had a 55 already. And they're saying that it would be good if there was funding for that, it would help.
Got it.
We, just to pick up on and the reason I turned it over, asked Alita to speak to it, she did briefly. We, last year, under Alita's initiative, we initiated for the first time summer school for CTS programming. Grade 9, 10 students, grade 9 initially targeted, and I think we had a few more than grade
So
9.
we did grade 9 last year, so they could do their courses. They had a complement of 6 courses. If they completed those courses in the time frame, they had to complete all 6. They got a Chromebook.
Oh, yes.
We offered that also though to our rural small schools like Pines Creek, Worsley, Red Earth, and Menno. We offered their grade 10 students that program as well, so that they could have a Chromebook if they wanted to work at home on their virtual education courses. We thought it was a good incentive to entice them into liking virtual education. We had really good pickup from
We
those
did.
schools.
I was pleased with
Yeah.
for the year 1. And it's a significant money generator for us as well. Not huge, but it's helpful. But it also helps in that, how often have you heard parents say, my God, the high school students are into diploma exams now, and grade 9, 7, 8, 9 kids say, well, there's nothing going on in school and they want to, stay home or whatever. Well, we engage the grade 9, they pick up 6 credits. They end up, if they get all 6 credits, they get a Chromebook that they get to keep. And it generates a bit of money for us that we can use to support other programming. But it also positions kids a little better for the following school year. And as you said, Alita, the motivational piece around doing online learning, getting support from a teacher from afar and so on. So we're going ahead with it again this year. And some school jurisdictions have been doing this for a long, like
Ever.
Yeah.
6 years, 7 years.
for longer than that even,
You have to pay a teacher because you have to have someone to mark those modules for a week. So we have to pay them 1-200 for every day they work. We limit that. So obviously we can make some money, but a number of school divisions are using this or thinking of using this as a way to fund their dual credit programming, because there is no money for dual credit programming, and dual credit programming is hugely expensive. We pay tuition, so it can be $5,000 for a course. So it doesn't take long to realize that you don't have any money for dual credit programming. So if we're not funded, and we don't, once you go through the grant, you can't, it's a one-time startup grant. It's not a apply for this repeatedly grant.
And
Is
we have,
post-secondary funded for it?
No, that's why we're paying the tuition.
yeah, so we have a little bit of money left from a couple of grant proposals that we wrote. Once that money is gone, and then, you know, when I say gone, once it's spent for students who actually pick up the dual credit opportunity, now we're left in a very, very significant challenge. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why the Peace River School Division never really was big into dual credit programming. My first year here, the deputy superintendent at the time said she really wanted to get healthcare aid programming in place, dual credit programming like that, like they have the National School Division. So I wrote a proposal. We received a grant of $50,000. I think we put 20 students through, and it was a $3,600 cost. We paid 82% of the cost, so something like $3,100, $3,200 we paid, and the student had to pay the amount for like the coveralls and the consumables. But you're technically not allowed to charge kids the tuition, and so dual credit programming, as much as it's talked about at Rural Caucus or the Rural Symposium, it is not sustainable. We had a student in Manning who wanted to do a dual credit program out of Northern Lakes College, and the total cost, I think, was something like $12,000. And now you're in the awkward spot of saying, no, I'm sorry, we can't, because we just couldn't on that particular one. So what we've typically done is like just one-off courses. So a course costs $550. We paid a tuition for that course and so on, but we've used the grant money and we have a little bit left. But fast forward a year or two and we won't have that money. And that's why the guy from Wolf Creek, the guy that spoke really quickly, I forget his name now, was a really fast speaker. He had the minister's ear there and he was saying, we really need funding. We have 600 students doing dual credit programming. We send them on buses to nodular sites. But we won't be able to sustain that after next year. And if we don't get the money, we're going to go from 600 students down to less than 1/3, if you recall that conversation.
And who's gonna take the brunt of that? The board. You want to offer these things and you get it and it's awesome. Everybody loves it. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Right. And then it looks like you're just cutting.
And really, it's set up, it's meant for grade 12 students because it would give them 30 level credits, right? So, and a course at college if they go to that college for most of those cases. So it's difficult because it's a 5 credit course, but we're paying a lot of money for that 5 credit course.
And I think that it really made you sit back when they said, and it's only transferable to this specific institution. And it's sort of like, whoa, we spent all this money and they can only go there. What if they're kids? What if they change their mind or, life happens? It was just like, that's a big gamble.
Yeah.
So it's great for the kids that take it, but then from a social justice equity perspective, we can't, it can't be, it's not sustainable. So you have the people who want a small number of students for whom we can provide that support. And then let's say if something became really popular, we'd have to say, I'm sorry, we can't sustain that because we just wouldn't have the funding in our instructional budget to actually sustain it. And that's why all of the school jurisdictions are advocating for a different way of funding this.
So, and even, it's really, so Olds has a vet tech type program that they offer, but they have a lab that kids have to be prepped for. And it's not just one lab, it's 4 or 6 or something through the course. So there's no way, we had a couple of kids from Worsley who are very interested, but there's no way that they can get there on a Wednesday to do the lab. And I mean, it's not something, so it's not an equitable program, certainly.
And they really aren't, like, NWP tried to move the second vet students to adults and the programs are. That's a flaw in post-secondary.
Yes, most post-secondary courses are not.
So why do we need to fix that?
Even in Camrose, where they have a U of A, it's a U of A campus. They have U of A professors coming to Camrose to teach the course. They would not accept my daughter's course at U of A because she at campus.
Crazy.
So she had to redo her, and it was the same professor with the same material and the same everything. And no, they wouldn't hear of it.
That's something you can do.
Not even a little.
That's infuriating. That needs to be fixed.
Okay. Wanda, any more questions on that one or move for information?
Move for information. Thanks.
All in favor? We are 5. And last, 2.7.3.
Is that Education Week?
Yes.
So I was scrolling down to what could we do, and they've got a nice little list there. And then I realized it's before our next board meeting, so it's not like something we can just say, well, let's talk about it in April. But I was thinking the share messages of support through social media, create a board with signed messages of thanks to each school and hand deliver it to staff. Like, you know, is there a way for us to do something for our people?
I don't know. Is this something we've ever done in the past?
Kristen
Oh.
does a lot.
Okay.
So through our communications, we're on top of all of these days because there's several things. Like there's Education Week. There's also like Sub-Teacher Day and
International
like
Teachers Week.
International Days. All of those, we're on top of that through communications.
Okay. Thank you.
I just love that, theme, every child, every classroom, every day. Yeah, it's awesome.
Should we make that our
Right, it's a vision, right?
done? Okay, any other conversation on that? Is this normal for the ET to send us something like,
I haven't seen it.
I don't remember seeing it.
I received one and I typically have, but this is the first time I've seen one to the Board of Trustees.
And kind of telling us how we could
Yeah.
do things. I found it interesting.
And it's earlier this year, is it not? It's usually first week of May. Because it usually overlaps with mental health week.
I mean, as a board, you could. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying we do also
Yes.
do this
Yeah.
as a board
Yeah.
if you wanted to do something, but you might get yourself caught in a cycle that is really hard to make sure you've got everything.
Yes. Okay. So we'll move that for information.
Yep.
Okay, all in favor? We are 5. And that brings us to the end of our meeting. I have a motion to adjourn. Mr. Rushton, all in favor? We are 5. 2 minutes before 4.
Woo!